Hola, amigos!
Hello! Welcome to another Thelio Showmatch series. I'm joined by WhyUSuck and CRVT, guys. Very exciting.
It's nice to be back, man. I've had to take a small hiatus or a really long one, whichever one you want to say, but it's been a minute for me. I'm excited, and I get to start it off with Khala versus Scan. I love watching these guys play.
I'm
Oh
glad you
yeah,
say
that's a
that.
good stuff.
I mean, they're all right, I guess.
We've done a lot of them, so glad that you guys aren't sick of them.
I'm never sick of good StarCraft, so the more the better.
And we're in safe hands. CRVT, S rank player. And guys, if you don't know who he is, he's one of the biggest legends in the community. Donates thousands and thousands of dollars. I was just speaking to WhyUSuck about how he donated 1,000 to our Best of the Best tour and thousands to BSL. So yeah, I really want to thank you on behalf of the community, CRVT, for basically financially supporting the whole scene, major events and stuff like that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Keep making good events. Keep making good stuff.
And we'll keep taking your money.
Sure.
Yeah, and guys, if anybody wants to be adopted by CRVT, we'll have the
Not again.
we'll have the forms ready. You can contact me, and best of luck to you. I'll be your cat, CRVT.
I already have a cat.
You could use a second cat, though, right?
I already have a second cat.
Oh my god. All right, I don't know about being the third cat. I could try to be a dog, but I don't think I'm very good at that one.
No, I'm fine with 2 cats.
The dog is just
I'm
too much stuff to do.
Yeah, cats are like low effort.
Yeah, right. I can go in the corner
awesome.
and just. All right, guys, we got Khala versus Scan first, and it will be on a new map. Terraform by SC Spider. It's on the screen. WhyUSuck, CRVT, while we're waiting for LML to get his ass in here. Is there anything that you want to say about this map? I'm sure the map maker will check out the stream. So any feedback, comments about what you think we'll see on this map?
Let me take a look on it. Alright, so I guess there is the usual positional stuff that we have. I'm just looking, for example, I'm a Protoss player, so you're gonna hear mostly stuff from Protoss perspective. So first of all, I see there's 2 like horizontal walls on the natural and 2 vertical ones. So immediately you can say there's some 973 defense. Like if you take a look at the newest ASL maps, most of them have horizontal exits from the naturals. So you can protect the forge with scan and stuff like that. So that's something you may want to incorporate into the maps more. But other than that, yeah, I mean this one looks pretty good. The center is a little bit weird. Like I'm trying to imagine how I would attack a maxed tier army. It's like my main concern for any given map. Yeah, but you mean you can come at it from the many directions. It's just that there is like a bunch of neutral stuff, like neutral buildings in the middle. Such as, I mean, you would have like 3 or 4 small flanks instead of like 2 big ones. So that may be a bit difficult, but there are a lot of counter-attack paths. Now the third base has a minnow only, and the reduced number of minnow patches. I'm not a fan of that. I don't know anyone who actually likes it. It's basically it's a base you take so that you can take the next base after that, but you're not happy. Well, I mean it's not enough minnows, and is I guess like it's really lacking. And it's like it's not how would I put it? It's not doesn't have a good position to defend it from. Like if we think maps that have this like mineral only base, for example Polypoid, it would be high ground. If we take circuit breakers, there will be high ground close to that, and the other side that you can come from, you need to take like a long way around and still go up the high ground. So it's not very defensible third base. Like I think the PvZ on this map would be difficult because of that. Yeah, and TVP as well, to be honest, because it would take some time to get the fourth, and the third is almost not there. So yeah, I guess those two matchups would be a bit difficult. ZVT is probably fine, you just take a third guess, so...
I think this will actually be a tougher map. You know what? I can't really see if these are all ramps here, just from the picture, but I'm assuming all of this is accessible. Like if you look at the bottom right, where you come out of your
Oh yeah.
base, all of that is just one big ramp, or what? Okay, this is a really tough map for Terran. After like the early mid game, because it doesn't have that third base gas like he was talking about. Protoss, if they apply early pressure and they hold off the early vulture harass and they go for carriers, which I think I've actually seen Khala do against Scan on a map similar to this. Like
Yeah,
Scan
there's no
was,
reason not to.
he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy that game. He's like, I need a
Yeah,
third gas.
it's a map where probably Gateway Man style would also be good, because like, to take a look at the main, it's pretty huge. So River would be annoying to defend against.
Oh yeah.
Like there are a lot of places to drop, and then the river can delay the third base, and then the third base is a shitty mineral only that also has a lot of open space around it, so you can bust it, you can storm stuff. So TVP could be hard here.
Right. And I actually saw Khala, and I never see him go this. I actually saw him go carriers that game. So he transitioned from Dragoon, Zealot bombs, early pressure, straight to carriers, and there was nothing Scan could do to stop it. And
Yeah,
he said,
I
this is
mean,
impossible. He said, if this build happens, it's almost impossible for me to stop this.
okay, so I see that from this map carriers would be good, because I mean there's a high ground center with a lot of small paths, so, and a lot of stuff that carriers could fly over, take another path, like to escape from Goliaths, so it would be really difficult to take the center against Goliaths. And honestly, for a Terran against Protoss on this map, I would like to see some sort of two-base aggression, because it has a bit of the Shakuras pattern, where it's hard to protect your natural from a Terran if the Terran got into position. I mean,
Right.
like, you know, it's either a small choke or the side flanks are coming from below to the high ground, stuff like that. I mean, I think it would be a preferable approach to playing a macro game on this map.
See, and I'm really not sure if this third base is just like, okay, I'm looking at the bottom left right now. That's what I'm focused on. So is this third base mineral only? Is the whole right side, is that like, are there like 2 or 3 different ramps right there?
It looks wide open to me.
If it's wide open, then Terran would have a very hard time, because carriers would just keep the high ground with the Dragoons, and then carriers would jump in, poke a couple tanks. As the Goliaths chase them, the Dragoons would just pound away at the Goliaths. Like, that'd be unlimited harassment.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I think another option to play on this map would be to go for some sort of, I don't know, 2-base artifact, 2-1.
Oh yeah. That would be your one go-to build every game on this map, I think.
I mean, yeah. Or maybe it's like some dropship harassment. Because one thing I can say about this map, I guess, I mean, it's not so good for the dropships. If we take a look at the guest third bases, they are pretty easy to go off with pylons. So, like, if like the fourth base was as open as the third base, you could do some crazy vulture harassment style, because it's hard to just protect such wide open bases against like vultures just suiciding in for proc kills. But the fact that is like the third gas, you probably can. There is a ramp you can wall off, and another entrance has like a small passage. So yeah, I'm thinking like 2-base pushes mostly.
What's up, LML?
Hey, what's up, man?
Thanks for joining us, my friend.
Gladly.
Guys, I'm on US West in the channel op space TQ. There's square brackets around TQ if you wanted to join the replay games. Let's get into Scan vs. Khala on Terraform.
Okay, because I attention span of a goldfish. Can you say the channel name again?
Oh yeah, no problem. It's OP space square bracket TQ square bracket. I also got screen share on Discord in case anybody just wants to use that.
Okay, so my last name is 99Yoa. Please don't judge me.
$99 YOLO. Wrong button.
Yeah, the short base looks insanely wide open. And I'm trying to understand, is it like a... Is it there's a destructible backdoor into your main? Or is it just... It looks destructible at least.
No, it's not. It's just
Oh, it's
terrain.
just decoration.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
no main.
Different terrain.
But
Maybe
the only
they
difference
can't-
is that it's not high ground.
Oh. Okay.
We'll
Yeah,
find out here in
PvP on
just a
this
sec.
map would be fun.
No, I'm too lazy to join. I'm just gonna watch you. Yeah, petting the cat.
That's what she said.
See,
Well,
we have
my
a man of
roommate has
caution.
to.
I love cats. Just disclaimer. Cats are awesome.
Yeah, they are. I had one for over 20 years, and I just don't have the heart to get another one because you grow so attached to them, and
Yeah.
they have to leave before us. But some
Also, it
people
has
just
some
get another
8
one.
lives. No, don't do that.
All right, guys, let's get into it.
Nobody wants to do it. In the bottom right, we've got Scan in red as a Terran. And in the bottom left, we have Khala, also Korean, just like Scan, very high skilled Protoss player.
Sorry, I was yelling at everybody to check out the stream.
Yeah, we've seen
I mean,
him
that's
do that
good.
a lot recently.
Like Terran has some certain, like I guess, vulnerability points when you just want to attack them. Like maybe it's before the extra factory is kicked in, before a certain number of vultures that can lay mines, before there's a supply depot to overfill. It's like you want to take that trade because after that you're less likely to trade that well.
Oh, dude. This is going to be a tough map for Terran. Like, if you start off aggressive, I think you'll be good. But, like, that mineral only is no bueno, man. Like, look how hard that'd be to defend as Terran.
Can't
high
you
ground.
Yeah, I'm
use siege
expecting some sort
tanks
of aggression.
inside your base, though?
Yeah, but you're gonna have a high ground all the way around your base.
By the way, are you able to click on X again?
So we have scan scouting in the wrong direction. Never a good thing.
Oh, I just glitched out. Oh my
Did you
god.
click an egg?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Oh yeah, we forgot. Do not click the eggs on this map.
Yeah, well, I
Damn
baited him
it.
into doing it.
I
Really?
know. I didn't
How
know
does
if
that
you guys,
crash you?
I think there's 2 types of eggs that you can use. There's lurker eggs and maybe larva eggs. And I think you're supposed to maybe use lurker eggs, and the map maker didn't. Or I'm sorry, I have something confused.
No, I've always seen lurker eggs. That is something I've always seen is lurker eggs. Sorry guys, that's me. Not my fault. I don't lag.
Well, I think it's a good learning lesson for anybody out there playing on a new map or an older one. Just be careful when you're clicking on the eggs.
So the best strategy on this map is to write in the chat to your opponent what the hell is going on with those eggs or something like that.
Sadly, it only crashes in the replay as far as I know, so you can't get them like that.
I was about to say, I don't think it would crash you playing your game.
Yeah.
Oh, this is depressing. I have to watch Twitch or Twitch now.
Discord, you can use Discord. Twitch is a little
okay,
delayed in
yeah.
comparison.
Okay, so Khala isn't cutting any gas, so wonder what it's going to be, but it might be some sort of aggressive opening or touch opening, maybe like a proxy robo. We'll see. Oh, one of those shots just missed on the CV, so not starting well for Khala in terms of luck.
To
Like
me, it
scans.
usually happens on the last shot on the SCVs.
So it's 23. This Nexus with a probe scout. I'm not a big fan of it because, I mean, I guess it's fine if you go for scout denial with your goon, but okay, yeah, he's turning around. There is a threat of this vulture. This vulture is actually kind of one of the main reasons why you make this second dragoon. If you want to scout with your first dragoon, you need this second one to deal with the vulture. And I think pretty sure he saw the vulture, so he pretty much knows what's up. There's a bit of a mind game here. For example, after you solve the vulture, you can stay a bit to harass the bunker with range. But then you risk that the path behind you might get mined by the vulture, so it's not bad to turn around either.
So Scan's one of our more seasoned vets as far as who we cast for. Has he switched up his playstyle at all? Because I've been MIA for a little while. I know he usually opts for this early mine build, and he tries to be a little bit more aggressive.
Unusual for him to play this, and he's secured map control with it. So what I see players like Snow do a bit more is he would put his guns a bit more forward to prevent this from happening. For example, you want to at least clear the mines, not let the turn place the mines for free on your turn. It's one story if there's like a tank marine potion with vultures, but if it's just 2 vultures on the map, you kind of want to deal with it a bit. But you can kind of tank the mine, or you can try to defuse it a bit, so it's fine.
Look at this. Scan is going for a fast +1 before siege mode even. I like that.
I mean, he has the map control, he knows it will take a while for the goons to cross, and he can always repair the bunker if he needs to.
Right.
So looks like standard timing for the short, like 6 minutes, a good time to take it short when you're going for ops, but there is a mine and the observer is going straight to the turn because he needs information. Now he's defusing it with goons, but yeah, I mean, it's like 1 probe delay. nothing terrible. Oh, and I clicked on the egg. I
Ah!
was saying before is
You were the help with that, weren't you?
I just click on things. I click on everything. It's a bad habit.
Oh my god, I actually love these eggs on this map. Big shout out to Spider for doing that. It was unintentional, by the way, guys.
Yeah, it's like I clicked on the one minefield, mine, another mine, another mine, another mine, and then there I watched like there's tanks and marines attacking the egg, and of course I have to click it.
Yeah. So who's the dick that made this map? No, I'm just joking. Hey, Ox, I dare you to click on an egg.
If I click on it, it's over. Because LML isn't in the game.
I mean, he killed the egg. It's why I clicked on it. He was attacking
Yeah.
it, so it should be dead now.
Yo, I saw that too, and I was like, don't click on it, man.
So this is actually one of the very few times that I've seen Khala play PvT and not opt to go early Reaver harass. So
And
I'm
it's
actually
paying
kind of
off.
excited.
Oh, I mean, Khala is quite ahead from this because, like, that eBay, those tourists, they are not free. The good thing is, like, that Scan delayed siege mode, so his +1 is not late. But his extra factories, his third command center is also late. But I guess it might be a bit of a mind game, since, like, this third is hard to take. If you go for Reaver, you can probably delay it for a long time. That might mean that Terran will overcorrect for the Reaver, so you don't go Reaver, stuff like that.
Yeah. You know what? Right now, I feel like if Khala pumped out 3 zealots, if he doesn't already have them,
He has a shuttle, and it's a late citadel, so he will have a shuttle with 4 zealots.
he could really delay Scan if he did a little timing attack here before Scan got these 2 factories finished.
This is kind of good for Scan because he's not playing to tank a chart fast. He's going for a quick +1 and 4 factories. Actually, I don't see him planning for 2-1, so maybe +1 armor after that. It doesn't look. Oh, it's a 6 fact from 2 bases.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It looks like he's opted for what we were talking about earlier, kind of the 2 base push timing.
Yeah. I'm not that big of a fan of it because it's just much weaker if you made eBay and turrets. And yeah, we see that. I think Khala might have identified it. I know he's still making probes. So yeah, one thing that Scan has going for him is there is no observer in his main, I think. So you want to be having like probe cut 10 gate right now. It will be difficult to stop without a gateway explosion like immediately.
Well, I think we're about to see some gateways drop real quick for Khala. And I think Scan is probably going to push out in the next minute and just start reinforcing with a bunch of vultures.
We have Templar archives, but no DTs or Storm or Templars yet, so not sure about all that.
He just said that he started upgrading Storms.
I mean, that's fine. You want Storm to stop this, it's just that you also want gateways and a lot of zealots and... Like you see, just look at the worker difference. You are fine against this if you have 3 bases and 43 probes, and you're on even economy. If you have like 53, you're at significant advantage. There is no particular reason to go to 65, and that happens because he hasn't scouted what is going on. He
really
should be... Sorry, okay, I'll finish then. He should know something is up because there has been, like, if a Terran, let's say, starts at 8 minute short command center in his main, then it will be already floating and landing now, so he should know that it's a push now.
Right. Well, I really feel like he should have known it was a push already. And
I'm
it kind
pretty
of
sure
worries.
he did.
Well, it kind of
He
worries
didn't take
me
it for...
because he didn't cut pro production like we were talking about. I mean, he's got 20 more pros right now, but I feel like if you're gonna hold off the 2 base push, you kind of need to cut probes for a little while.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the nature of the push that the Terran is doing. Maybe he expected like a 2-1, and against 2-1 you want like this 3-base economy, a bunch of probes, and then a gate explosion. And if it's like a +1 attack, then you just want the gates earlier. It's kind of the risk to it.
All right, so here we go. Got a big engage here in the middle. Terran
Oh,
siege
he's
is up
winning
for
a lot of
Oh,
time. Yeah, he
we're
needs
gonna
to
see
keep
high
the Templars
Templar.
alive. Okay, the zealot speed is like a minute away from finishing, or like 2 gateway rounds, so doesn't look like he'll have that time.
I think Khala's in a lot of trouble here.
He may be fine, depends on how fast Scan will advance with his siege and siege. There should be 2 shuttles, but he's forced to engage with slow zealots, and there is no unload, and the Templars died, we haven't seen a single storm. It kinda looks slower.
Yeah.
It
GG.
just looks like a misread from Khala, so he didn't scout it, and you could see that this fight probably could go a different way if we had like 10 more zealots, 1 or 2 storms and zealot speed. And that's what you could get if you cut like now 15 probes.
Also really late 6 factories. I didn't expect Khala to die to this.
Maybe
But did he-
that was why he didn't expect it.
Yeah. I think the only Templar I saw was the one without a shuttle. Did he have Templars in the shuttle that got sniped?
I don't think so. The first chapter that got sniped had zealots in the second one as
Yeah.
well, so there was like 1 Templar on the ground and it got killed. He probably wanted to like get upgrades and stuff first, and the tier that he took was a mineral only, so... And did you see how many goons he had? So he couldn't make that many Templars out of 2 gas if he made
Exactly.
like 20 plus goons.
That's a problem. Taking a mineral only, as you said, and then going Templar tech. Not gonna work out too well.
I mean, it can, but then you need to have like different balance of zealots and goons. You just make, I think, like 14 goons to stop the vulture harassment, then you think zealot Templar.
Yep, exactly. Okay, we're off to game 2 now. And this time Scan has actually spawned in the bottom left, and Khala, as Brown Proteus, has spawned in the top right. Now Scan is up 1-0 after a pretty easy win. At least he made it look easy, pushing out 1 time and winning the game.
I
No
mean,
clicking
he
on
killed
eggs.
the egg without clicking on it. So yeah,
Yeah, that's a
I'm
real
not sure
skill.
if I could do that.
Oh, while we're in this early stage of the game, did you guys hear about that new SCV glitch they had?
Yes.
Oh,
Didn't run into that just yet on the ladder, but yeah.
it's awful,
stuff.
man. I was watching. I just happened to click on Terra's stream the other day. I think it was yesterday actually, and overpowered, man. Oh my gosh, people apparently has been getting an A and S rank with that SCV floating trick. It's hey, if you can beat Terror with that trick, you know you're gonna get up there, man. Like it was insane.
Yeah.
This is what I love about Brood War. You gotta have a sense of humor to play this game, and to tolerate Blizzard, right? You have
Oh,
to.
he had a sense of humor about it. He was like, "Oh my god, you got to be kidding me! Here we go again." And you knew when you heard that and you saw the SCVs floating, you're like, "Oh shit, this is gonna be bad."
Scan has a post about it on TL, and I think he said something like, "I had to fight flying SCVs with flying SCVs."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Terran can hold it off.
yeah. No other race can hold it off though. That's the thing. SCVs are too strong. You turn an SCV into a flying unit where they can stack and float over ledges and stuff like that. Imagine how much faster you can scout out the enemy. There's just no way, man.
I mean, Protoss has its own bullshit. There's like that pylon vision bug. with the cancel, so you can immediately know where your opponent is. You don't
Well,
even need to scout as a Protoss, you just know where they are.
it's not really that helpful. Wasting your pylon and your minerals.
Yeah, I was mostly just kidding. So we have kind of standard play from both. One Marine Factory gas cut and probably a 23 Nexus again. No? We are cutting goons. No, we are not cutting goons. Okay, so it's not going to be 23 Nexus.
Yeah, and I think Scan might actually have an early game advantage whenever he realizes where he's at. Unless you
Oh,
might
there's
see
going to be a Zealot. Yeah, I don't see bunker, and that's really worrying me.
Why
Like,
wasn't he attacking with the Zealot before? He just kind of waited there.
because he's waiting. He's waiting for the goon. Oh wait, he's attacking now. Maybe he just waited for some certain amount of time.
Yeah, he knows
Or
the goon is
the-
faster.
yeah,
make a
this is
decision.
odd for Scan for not building the bunker yet. He always builds that bunker early.
His SCV just got in, so the scout was late, so he didn't see the Zealot coming, and he thought that there will be no Zealot. But the Zealot was just waiting for his body.
Great control from Scan.
Yes, but he's still pretty guaranteed to take significant damage here.
Yeah. And he's lost. He's lost all three
Oh,
Marines.
don't get
Oh,
trapped!
trapped. He's trapped the Dragoon. Oh, he doesn't have any support though. Oh wow. Look at that. Scan actually comes
What?
out on top on that one.
I
does.
won't call that coming out on top because
No,
the
'cause, yeah,
command
Protoss-
center is not building. He's at like
Yeah.
a 6 worker disadvantage almost. I guess make it 5.
Yeah, he forced the vulture before the machine shop. Or actually, maybe he made it afterwards. But he forced another marine, more SCVs to be pulled, lost some SCVs. I think it was a success for Khala.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
The bunker cancel was pretty ballsy. Because right now he's relying on one marine and vulture threat to defend. It will work out, but it's just really risky.
I think
I
he
guess he,
realizes what you did. I think he realizes what you guys both realized. He's behind. That attack did more damage than I originally thought because it did make him stop finishing his CC. So
And his SCV went in and scouted. So he probably was pretty sure that there's no follow-up.
Yeah. And yeah, he's just going for a man triple expand. So that's just what Terran's doing behind. One of the things that Terran's doing behind, and I gotta say it's strong. And if you want to punish that, you want to attack with your first observer, like making a pylon behind you and hoping that they didn't go for a dropship. That's kinda like the only way you can punish it without a river. And most Protoss don't do that.
True.
He'll probably send his first observer across, maybe clear the mine at his third base
yeah,
first.
gummit. Ah,
Will
Was
you
it
ever
the
learn?
egg?
it was the egg.
Let's claim it's on a spider mine.
Like, spider mines are a hazard because wanting to click on them makes you want to click on the egg too.
Is this the only map we're
Definitely for
playing
me.
on today?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm gonna click on it. Sad face.
Yeah, but I think that Scan most likely will get away with his third CC. He needs to make more Marines though, like the way the third CC can survive is a bunker with a tank, and if you don't have a river you cannot really break it. Oh, but Khala maybe onto something? Oh, he was going ahead to defuse the mines with two goons, but the vulture poking his third made him turn around. So it will probably be a long time before he pushes. The siege should be done and bunker should be done, even if he like goes immediately.
Hey Ox, I translated that Chinese at the top. It says, long story short, you have to click on the egg for the message to disappear.
It will disappear.
Because they want back in the game. No, I'm just joking. Oh, mine caught some goons.
Yeah, it's 9 goons. He's going pretty fast,
Yeah,
but
those are there. Oh, he
the
killed the
bunker is
vine.
not going to finish. The bunker is not going to finish on time, I think. That's a bit late. But I think you could just pick off like one or two tank and go for the natural. This map has some distance between the turret and the natural, and it's pretty wide open. You don't have to go for the turret. You have observers to see where the tanks are.
He's just going straight for the
Yeah.
main.
Yeah, that's
Oof.
what I was afraid would happen.
Oof, oof,
And
oof.
just that's what kind of I meant by the turret is hard to take.
Now, here I was gonna say, here's
Yeah.
the thing though: those SCVs can kind of create a wall and push him towards the third base.
Nah, it's fine. He can lose all of the guns now. Because
Yeah,
he killed
he
3
killed the
tanks,
tanks.
5
Oh.
SCVs, pulled off the mineral line. What I'm a bit worried about is during all of this action, Khala was not making probes. So just look at the worker counts. They were even when it started and he killed a bunch of SCVs. So economy is still fine relatively for scan, but what's going to be difficult is the river follow-up when you have 2 tanks. He might have 6 when the river hits, but still going to be difficult.
Yeah, but he's only. No, you're good.
At this stage of the game, probably 2 is fine. But he also forced the CVs off of mineral line, he killed a bunch, so... And more importantly, it's a bit tricky, but it's not just trading guns for tanks. He reads that enough of the tanks that he might have a follow-up attack possibility. Because tanks like control the territory once there is enough of them.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's not a matter of what you sacrifice to kill the tanks. It's does he have tanks left to even do anything with?
Yeah.
Like you can completely wipe all your goons, but if he only has 2 tanks left, he's not too fat.
I'm not sure about trying to bust this. Maybe a drop in the main would be better, but we'll see.
Oh, got a good shot off on that Reaver.
That was not worth it. I mean, this place was where all the tanks were. This is when you just go and drop in the main.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would say massive advantage for Scan now. The only thing he doesn't have is upgrades. But his economy is better, his army can pick a fight, and he already has a turret set up. So I would say we are looking for a strong timing opportunity for the turn.
Oh wow! And Scan is dropping 5 factories at the same time right now.
Well, he's rich. He can afford it.
Yeah, yeah.
It might be a +1 timing with like 7 fact.
Oh, look at that gun control, so good.
Yeah.
I love that Scan like stopped at 67 SCVs, which is such a good number, because that third wave has less patches. Okay, there's a drop in the main.
Speech and getting some SCVs.
And we're back to even again. It's solid damage, solid damage.
But the shuttle is not going to get out of here.
It doesn't need to. There is, honestly, it could just sit in the corner for a while and just be annoying. It could drop the third base from here. There is unfortunately...
Oh my goodness, 4 hit
Close one.
points.
Yeah, it's not gonna get out, but I would like him to just suicide on the cluster in the... I mean, it would get blown up by the tanks, but maybe you can get 5 SCVs with it.
I would just sit your Reaver on top of the mineral line and wait.
Yeah.
The natural is exposed, actually. There is only 1 tank at the top. Don't click on the egg, goddammit, the tanks are shooting on it.
Yeah. Don't pull
Okay.
a WhyUSuck. That stupid bastard, man.
Okay, so we have a fourth base for Khala, and he's going for a follow-up bust with speed and zealots, and there is still a bunch of tanks in the main. They're only now coming out, so this could do some damage. The engagement angle is not good.
Yeah. Units are all
I really
arriving in
feel
the
like
line.
Scan has a big advantage right here.
Certainly.
I think Khala is fine. So he took a third base, and Scan's upgrades are late. So all of this action, he didn't get to start a starport, so he only has +1. It's like a 3 base 7 fact, but Khala is well equipped to fight that. He has gateways and he has a 4th base and he's on the echo he wants. And he backed off after losing Zealots, so it's like not like he lost the Dragoons. I just think he could trade way better if he didn't come that area between a supply depot and a tree.
Yeah, that was the worst angle, especially with the units arriving in a line instead of spread out.
The 5th base is a bit ambitious by Khala. Maybe he doesn't realize his opponent is going for like at this point 8 fact before the starport.
Now, let me ask you guys your opinion on this. Is this where Scan just waits until he's max before he pushes out, or does he need to push out probably the next minute or two?
Yeah, I mean, like 180 supply, I think 2 more rounds and go. Considering that it's vouchers, it's gonna be a minute. Right now he's laying mines. Yeah. He's laying mines, so maybe he wants to trade off some vouchers, but that doesn't really make sense considering that he's not getting better upgrades. But he's also taking a 4th base and getting armor. So I'm actually not sure what the plan is going to be. Because, yeah, he's doing that Terran thing where they roam the map with lots of vouchers and try to gain value and trade them off from supply, but he's not building up to 2-1. This is just getting time for Khala to get Storm and Templars out.
Let me ask you guys another question. When it's time to push out, which way do you go? Do you go across the right side of the map and try to push up into his main, or do you come along this left side of the map and cut off his new bases?
I
guess he wants to go to the left side.
Yes, that's my opinion on it too. The thing with Protoss is, I've seen it so many times, especially with Khala. I've seen it so many times to where he abandons his main base if he knows he can't hold it, because it's dried up anyways. He rebuilds his tech on the other side of the map and reproduces his gateways. Just starts from scratch. Terran's struggling to take new bases.
I don't. This is not what you do. This is big misread.
Oh, you know what? Those are some great storms, though.
That's still not good enough. I mean, the only good part about that engage was that you traded before the Terran got good upgrades, but I mean, if you want to do this sort of break timing, you do it. One condition is the Terran is not in a position to defend. And the Terran was in a very good position, like an arc, all the good stuff. The second condition is that you have like a max against 150 supply, because the Terran went for upgrades. But the Terran didn't go for upgrades, Terran went for a quick max. So what you do against that, you take the corners and you go for, I don't know, tank and storm energy, arbiters, carriers, whatever. You cannot like bust a Terran who's going to 9 factory before upgrades.
I didn't realize he lost so much, to be honest.
But yeah, but to do that sort of move, you kinda need like 16 gates and a solid economy. And he kinda has the gates. No, he has 12. Not that great of an economy. And there's just almost no scenario where attacking into a max Terran that's already sieged up is going to be good for you.
Well, I mean, Scan just seems to be playing on another level right now.
I think he shows very good understanding of his opponent, because I was trying to figure out what the hell was Scan's plan, because he made a ton of factories. But he wasn't going for a push, he was just slowly taking his fourth with a max and a bank and late upgrades. None of that mattered because Khala just attacked into it anyway and it worked out perfectly for Scan, so maybe he was just playing the player.
Yeah, well, these guys. Well, these guys play against each other all the time. Even if we're not, you know, doing any kind of casting on it, I'll check his stream scans, and they're always playing against each other.
Scan seems to me as if he's just playing this careful game of I'm going to take enough bases to support insane productions, and I'm gonna mine the entire map so that you cannot counter me. Then I will box in your arm and kill you.
See, right there, I felt like he should have taken that attack. I know he's trying to avoid that, but with those tanks on the low ground, that was probably as good as it's going to get for him.
Yes,
now the
probably.
tanks are alone. They're alone. They don't have any support.
Yeah, so Khala has a style and approach to the matchup similar to mine, and when I see clumped up tanks and vultures in a different place, I just want to go for it.
It's always a bad choice, though.
It was pretty good. Losing the goons was bad. Yeah. He did it all before 2-1 kicked in. I don't think it was that over, but I guess he didn't have a bank.
I mean, it was downhill. It was a downhill fight for him, but...
And the Volks, he had some units at the bottom right, and he walked them in the minefield. I suppose it probably didn't help. Like, when you are taking these trades, you kind of don't want to go below 130 supply. Because that means that vultures are going to chase your army and get kills. Then you mine everywhere. If you like bleed off the zealots and back off with like 140 supplies, then they cannot chase you easily, and you will remake your army by the time the next engagement comes. I guess he had like also a lot of supply in the shadows, so there were like 4 shadows left over, so he didn't really have a standing army. I'm sorry. Just gotta remember not to click on the X. Oh, god damn it. Must resist. If I ever play this map, I'm never going to attack an egg because I'm prone to misclicks, and I know that I'm just gonna misclick the attack button on the ground.
Yeah. Just a replay
That makes
bug.
it easier. Alright, that's good.
You'll feel like it favors Protoss a little bit, but Scan's kind of proving me wrong right now.
I still think it favors Protoss a lot, so like both games Scan took multiple risks and got away with it. So, and I mean, like, I don't know what's the policy on the spoilers here. ASL finals, is that like too long ago? Not long ago? I meant more like if you take insane risks, you can play on any map.
I almost clicked on the egg again.
It's next to the gateway, isn't it?
Oh, I almost did it on accident. Oh my gosh, man.
Careful.
And they
Oh,
both-
forward
they-
barracks in his forward gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, always have to supervise them.
I always have to click on everything.
Okay,
Okay, the gateway placement though. Can units, especially zealots, pass on the left side? Or do they have to walk
probably
around?
not, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was like they have to walk around, and I wouldn't be surprised if like a rally from the main starts to get trapped in that pocket location. It happens
yeah.
on Shakuras. Happens on
That-
Shakuras on the bottom right.
Look at that SCV control. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, usually it is for like I think like for gasless normally, or I guess gas expansion before factories also an option.
Yep.
But this probe came in so early, and he probably knew it was like a forward 9 gate just from this probe timing. So we're not going to see gasless. When you're doing this forward gate, you almost kind of want to find the surgeon on the second try, not the first. Just because it might make them change their mind.
Yeah, and you could see that Scan was scared of some cheese because he had 4 SCVs in his natural against 1 probe. That's
Yeah.
not a normal reaction usually.
You see it building
And
this
he's
depot
getting
here
a
for-
factory. Manor Pylon, go! Oh, he's not going to Manor. But he might kill an SCV.
and a Marine. I'm surprised they didn't run the Marines behind the depot barracks right there to fight the Zealot off a little bit. They chose to opt to run around the bunker.
He was distracted, Probe was attacking the SCV in his main base, got it down to 10 HP, so he turned it around. And that's when the Zealot came in. Of course. So,
That's how you do it.
significant damage. Significant damage. So normally going for a forward gate against like marine production and the bunker usually favors Terran, but this time enough damage has been done. Oh, and he went to finish that 10 HP CV just with one punch with the red Zealot. Yeah, this is a bit ambitious to go with 2 Zealots, one extremely, and yeah, this might backfire. Yep, he didn't
He
really
actually
get
made
anything done
no,
there.
he actually made 3 Zealots, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think the last Zealot was an overextension for sure.
Yeah.
All of this delayed the factory a lot. He just put it down at almost 600 minerals.
True, but there is no range quite yet either. He will get some damage with the bunker, not too much.
And a fast robotics, that might be for Reavers. Which I would also do. He damaged a lot of SCVs, so some of them might die to 1 Scarab.
These guys need to hurry up and kill these eggs, though, for real.
Yeah, just to stop
I'm
you
like,
from clicking them.
right there.
Yeah, I took a look at them, but I didn't click on them.
Oh, I'm so close every time. Cause
Okay, will this...
Oh, SCV.
Okay, good blocking, the SCV didn't get in.
Well, he knows he's still on 1 gate.
Oh, are we going for the... What's at the bottom left? Is he going to take
look
it
at
for
that.
base there?
You guys see what Scan's doing with this bunker?
Yeah, he keeps putting out a Marine to bait the shots so he doesn't have to repair. Uses a lot of APM. I don't know if it's worth it.
I mean, you can just focus the bunker, but then the Marines can come out and jump your goon. It's like-
Yep. There's always something.
I think Scan's APM is high enough that he'll be fine if he's doing that.
Yeah. You mean me?
I mean, he just all you do is you just hold position your dragoons right there, so it's just taking up the shots. It saves a little bit of minerals for Scan, and that's about it.
He could be mineral boosting with that EPM and save about as many minerals, but it's how you establish dominance and trigger your opponent into bad decisions. So it's always good to be defensive.
Okay, so Scan kind of hit a supply block, so he killed a Marine.
Okay,
He had an
so
extra one
Khala
anyway.
playing a bit risky. I guess Khala had an prolonged vision of the natural of Scan with the Zealots and later with Goons, and he killed the Scout House, so he's not afraid for like a proxy vulture backstab. So he's feeling confident enough to keep the contain in front, because this can backfire a lot. Like it can be like a 4 vulture with speed run by, and it's what it's going to be actually. And then you can get some of your goons cut off from the rest of your army. So it's a bit risky to stand here, and of course like proxy vulture would come in and do some damage.
How many hit points do those eggs have?
Oh,
There's an easy way to find out.
one more volley? No, 2 more volleys. No, 3. Oh my god, why is the
That's what I'm
vulture spinning
saying.
the X so slow?
That's what I'm saying.
What
They
the
do 10
hell?
damage. They do 10 damage per.
Okay, but yeah, the
gotta have, like,
vultures are out.
300 health.
That was what I was talking about. It's like you do when you bring all your goons out. I guess he's gonna make a pylon wall. He has to turn around the transfer, and like he's not making probes right now. It's one prop down. Just being annoying. Yeah, that's why you don't bring all your goons forward.
And he seems to be going for Reaver tech, so he doesn't have any observers at home.
He ate a miner.
He brought one back.
Yeah, exactly. He had to fly all the way back.
Yeah, I think he maybe was a bit triggered by the last game, the very quick short command center, so he wanted to keep goons more in front. But obviously, that's when you go for the vulture run by. Only now does that short base gets established by Khala, and it was almost a 4-minute delay on the transfer, so that's a huge delay. I mean, if you don't have them there, then the Terran can just take a 2 factory or even 1 factory to your base, and then they're in a very good position. You will like no longer have a timing to buff them and stuff. But if you keep them forward, you are vulnerable to vulture run-bys, drops, proxies, stuff like that. So, and you cannot make the decision before the observer.
It's a double-edged sword, but in my opinion, it's
Yeah.
still better to have him forward.
It's one of the reasons why river play is being seen a lot, because not only like river stops early pushes, but it keeps the Terran on 2 bases more honest, because they need to cover a lot of ground. And if the Terran does play conservatively, you can use the river to stop the harassments and stuff. Like it's tough to with just pure dragoons. I guess that's the thing. Yeah, it's like a standard play against 2 or 3 gate ops short base. It's to take a short CC out of 2 factories, and not like 4 or something like that. Instead we see like 5 factory, so it's a bit delayed. But it's, I mean, the CC got a bit delayed, but so was it short Nexus for Khala. Like, he wants his 4th mining by now. He wants his 4th mining like a minute ago, actually. But not quite there. I think one of the main reasons, like, was what I said about 2 factory for command center against gate ops. That's on a standard map. This is like a bit exposed third, so not necessarily applies.
There we go. Gotta change into some shorts. It's getting hot. How's everybody like in summertime, man? Oh, Well, last time I actually helped cast, it was winter. I'm pretty sure.
I'm loving it.
Okay, double shuttle. But there are 2 turrets already. The speed is nowhere near done. Oh, he's just gonna leave there. Hmm.
Yeah. 3 against 4
Yeah, it's
base
pretty even.
mostly.
It looks like Khala is going for a bust again. At least judging by his gate count. And he's already stopped his prop production. The Terran upgrades are not there once again, but we have a lot of factories, so I don't think Scan is going to take the 4th before he has like 170 supply. And then he's not going to be bustable.
Yeah,
I
he's gonna
wonder
push
what
out
he's
first.
doing.
I don't think
Yeah,
he's gonna push. I think he's gonna harass with vultures and just take a 4th again.
Protoss really just needs to defend at this point. Get some expansions up. You can't attack the Terran anyway. Just keep some observers close.
So I have
Okay.
a theory, guys, where most of the time in a game is spent like building up to a point where you have a huge army to engage, but then when it's time to engage, the margin of error increases. Like you can just make a mistake and it's over. Is there any advice for those like few seconds when you're just about to engage or defend? Does my question make sense?
Yeah.
First off, you kill the eggs in your base, Khala, so I don't click on them.
Yeah,
Khala,
I would
God damn
say
You know what I mean? Like you build up your army and then 2 seconds you just made a mistake and the whole game's over. I mean, you spent 17 minutes creating a situation where you can win, but then it was just thrown away and...
It really depends on
Here we go.
what race you are, and we'll get to that after this big battle. Big engagement here.
Most of the
Protoss
zealots
being the
actually die
aggressor.
before they reach anything.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
zealots just got massacred before they could do any kind of
Oh,
damage.
those are
Now we
clump
got
tanks.
great storms on this group of
Uh,
tanks. 5 tanks go down.
he needed to back off when the Zealot died. Well, I
Yeah.
think he stayed like
Yeah.
20 seconds too long.
So
Right.
with
Yeah.
Protoss, what you do is your zealots are just what they would call cannon fodder. Okay, it's okay if they all fucking die. They can all die. Your dragoons, once you start losing those, your minerals and gas, your
No,
economy really takes a
you
hit.
want to.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because
and that's the thing with
you
Terran.
don't want to try to make this bust. Like making this bust against Terran who's. So you want to make a bust on a Terran who went for 2-1 before extra factories, because like 2-1 is a lot of gas for armories, for upgrades, for starport, for facility, and that delays the extra factories, that delays the point when Terran can hit the critical mass. If the Terran goes for critical mass first, upgrades later, you don't want to try to bust them at all. It's just not going to work.
Oh, and Protoss is in trouble right here. That's right.
I guess Khala was in a decent position before that engage, and I think he would be in a playable spot if he retreated on time, like not losing any guns. But that didn't happen, and now the Terran has his third gas. And because they traded the armies, now the Terran will have his 2-2. We're still on gateway, but go ahead.
The thing is with Terran, you want to know where the Protoss army is at all times. And it's very hard to do because Protoss are the ones with the observers. So you seriously have to either send out a small group of vultures to scout or scan ahead of your army before you actually move to that position, because what you don't want to happen is for the fight to start before you're sieged. And that's the biggest
drop.
mistake Terran makes.
Yeah, and as Protoss, I would say, before you try to make a bust, it's critical that you observe like every angle that you can take, and you take the best one. Like, don't go into an arc of siege tanks, don't go in the minefield. I used to go for a lot for Templars, but that's how it's really better with Weavers, who I cannot micro at all, so I'm back to Arbiter play for now. But, I mean, Templars are good. And this is a good engage.
That was a good scarab.
I think at this point you want to counter-attack. At this point you want to counter-attack, so... If there is no good spot to flank the Terran armies, and you let them kill one of your bases and like step into your territory and then you flank them. Fighting them head-on is risky, but it might work.
No, it doesn't look like it. It's a lot of
See,
things.
it's still 1-1 Terran, but...
He's fighting uphill.
Fighting and siege, I'm not sure about that.
I mean, he just fought mass dragoons versus mass tanks.
Yeah, he should have done
I
exactly
think
what he
Khala
said.
could win it. I think Khala can win that fight, and if he like... It'd be a bit disjointed, so reinforcements came in too late, like... He fought with portions of his army over and over. Which can happen. I think like he had the numbers to stop it, just a bit too disjointed.
I think he should have done what he said, just attack somewhere else. I mean, you don't need your main base necessarily when you have another base and main
So
base.
it's more like a lot of maps have this difficulty to like have a good arc to reduce the surface area from siege tanks, and it maybe there's like one spot to flank, but there is 70 mines there, so you cannot take it immediately. What you can do is you can let the Terran kill one of your bases, and they move forward, and then you can do an almost 360 degrees around. And while they are killing one of your bases, you kill one of their bases, and then go back home and fight with the reinforcements. So this is how it can happen. Fighting head-on, it can happen, but you need like godly storms.
Yeah, fighting head-on is always a bad idea against Terran. They're just so much stronger army-wise. You need, good storms, good stasis, something to get an edge. Positioning can help. Catching the Terran off guard.
So, I made a point earlier about how you spent like 10 minutes, 15 minutes building up to a point where you have to engage with your army, and to me it seems like most of your energy is consumed by that process, that when it comes to that big engage, your first one,
Yeah, you just close your eyes and 1A to A3.
you're out of energy, you're not thinking as sharply, and you can easily throw the game. And I wonder if there's some tips or advice for people, even if it's like, just kind of checking yourself and being like, okay, this is the big moment, I need to really focus here, because it's all about this. It's kind of like a race, right? All your energy is sort of spent getting to the finish line, and that's when you need the most energy to actually get first place or whatever.
Okay, as a Protoss, I think you have to be... Well, I mean specifically Protoss trying to bust the Terran, like the critical point of the last game. I think you need to be honest with yourself, like Suicide and Observer, check how many tanks they have, like are the vultures in position, are there enough mines, is everything sieged in a good arc. And just look at how many tanks there are, and if you cannot bust that, just don't try it. Like, I know that fighting that army a minute later when it's going to roll out with better upgrades and even more tanks is going to be scary, but it doesn't mean that charging it now is a good idea either. So just play counterattacks, I don't know. A lot of like big engagements in PvP come to scouting. I mean, two things actually. First is scouting, knowing where to engage, and second is keeping the map free of the mines so you can capitalize on those opportunities. Because if there are mines everywhere and you have only one angle to approach, it's not going to work. Even if you are on top of the Terran army movement.
Yeah, that's some great advice, honestly. I mean, you can't hope to always have the benefit of the doubt every time you engage and always be in the best position, so make the best of a bad situation if you have to.
Also, one way to get better at it is to be conscious about what you're doing. Specifically focus on it, rewatch your replays where you lost a fight to see what you could have done different, and try to consciously improve it. Don't just spread your army randomly and 1A, 2A, 3A. It's not gonna accomplish much if you don't have an eye on where your stuff actually is. That's important. What if your goons are always blocking your zealots and you are back in your base and making units? You're gonna lose every single fight.
Yeah, if your just plan is to max out and go for 182 raise, and all it is for Terran is like a macro check. Did the Terran produce enough units? Where are they in position? And then they defend.
Yeah.
Right. Just
Well,
switch
hopefully
Terran
this
man.
Last patch fixed it, didn't it? At least I
Did?
hope it did.
No,
No?
No,
it
that
was
it
to
broke.
fix the Chinese message, and it didn't fix that either. So, like, the
Oh.
last patch didn't do anything.
Well, I think I'm gonna ladder, guys. I think I'm gonna learn how to play
Is there a shield battery? Okay, so this time we are going to have a gasless
Yeah.
against a 2-gate. And is the CV not getting in? Okay, it's getting in.
No.
Okay,
He
we
was.
have 2-gate goon.
Yeah, he
What the hell is
was
this
gonna
from
go.
Khala?
Sorry. He was gonna go gasless until he saw the second gateway there, and I think he knew. He's like, no, I can't do that. So he ended up taking his gas.
I mean, you can do that. You can do that. You're just gonna have to repair a lot, but I think you just go to siege directly. Still, like 2-gate goon does not counter gasless. You can just repair for a while and have siege as fast as you can, and you're fine.
I think it'd just be too much, though. I think you just end up getting overwhelmed by the dragoons.
Yeah, I guess he's just gonna go for the refinery expansion. It's just, oh no, it's gonna be a factory before. Alright.
Was it 10-14 gate?
I mean, it wasn't just a 2-gate goon, it was like insanely fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see he has 2 goons coming out almost at the same time, so like the fastest 2-gate goon that you can do without broadcast is like 10-20. So you start second gate after the first goon, and then you have 4 goons lined up together, but this is something even faster, so it makes perfect sense to go for a factory and just defend. The first scout. There is going to be, I guess, 3 goons. I guess 4 goons soon after the range finishes, but immediately, like 3 goons firing on the bunker. I guess this factory is late. Like the tank is going to be like 30. I don't like this. Okay, so for a factory expand, the normal tank timing is like 4:30 tank out. For refinery expand, it's like 5:20, and for gasless, it's 5:40. And we're going to have a 5-minute tank, 5:10. So almost as slow as if it was after a command center, factory after command center.
Now, do you think Khala is going to double expand here? Because he's going to have a lot more pressure put on the Terran. I mean, that would just make sense, right? I mean, it'd be crazy not to double expand here. If Terran's going to have the expansion before you, long before you.
Well, it's not guaranteed. Like Terran can go for drops or proxy factory for vultures against that in particular. Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. It's just so overwhelming with all these dragoons.
You can one-shot the series with 6 goons, but yeah, but that's it.
There's siege.
The aggression is almost over. And as you can see, the worker count is even, but the Nexus is not done yet. So at the end of the day, it's like it was alright for Khala. I mean, for Scan. It's just the tank was like 30 seconds late. I'm not sure why. He was mining, I guess with 1 CV to take like a late factory. But then he could get a command center before the factory, so I'm not sure what happened in this game.
Well, he was originally going to do what you said. He was going to do a gasless expand, and when he saw those gateways, he would have been toast. I think it would have been a good game if he did that.
I'm not sure if it was possible to. Maybe it was like late to add the CVs on gas for a faster factory. I'm not sure. Yes, it didn't end up being particularly great. He's still fine.
We're seeing a Stargate follow-up.
Yeah. So being down 0-3, Khala is bringing out the big boys. And in doubt to base carrier.
And he doesn't even bother with Reavers or anything. He just goes
He
straight
doesn't
for
have
the
a
carries.
robot.
Yeah,
He doesn't have a
exactly.
robot.
So
He's just going
carriers-
for the Stargate tech.
Carrier's coming in, man. At that fleet beacon.
He has like 2 goons watching for possible drops, so
See, this is what I was talking about earlier. He opted to skip the Robo, which is weird. Maybe it's because he put pressure on with the early goons and saw Scan go tanks.
I think he's taking risks. But it's
But-
fine.
Yeah.
I mean, there is like I think the robo skip meta in general in PvT is a bit underdeveloped because you do not always need to have a robo. You kind of want it to like prevent stuff like one factory through command centers of mines, but or to deal with drops. But it's not absolute that you need to get a robo, not at all.
2 carriers coming in.
This time you dropped out of the call instead of StarCraft.
Did you click on the egg in real life?
Yeah.
We need an egg emoji on the Discord server so we can click on it. Okay, so voucher run by attempt, but the goons see it. One voucher picked off and they don't get out. Okay, maybe now. No! Very good blocking. This is ridiculously hard to do. Okay,
Yeah.
it's still 2 got out, but it's really difficult to not let the vouchers out.
Well, 2 got out, but they're damaged.
Ah, 1 got out and so not third nexus, so like and put a mine there. I mean the mine is whatever, he can clean it, but he didn't want the Terran without scan to see it. There is no third nexus.
I see it. Terrence
That's
civilian.
crucial.
I'm glad I could click that and not drop.
Okay, we get 5 ranks. I love it. I love it. This is where you want to get a river.
Yes. I've not.
You can tell
seen
that these two play
ever.
each other. 7 ranks, yeah. It's like, you remember like Biso against Flash Game? What was the map like with the backdoor natural? And Flash tried. No, he cut SCVs off of guess anyway. Going full, I mean in the main as well, so he's just going for full bio. And this can work, but if there is like a river, then it's over. So this is not a guaranteed hold or win for Terran by any means. But it's up to Khala to get some splash damage and read the situation, because there is no way he can scout this. I really don't like how there is 4 medics like in front of the bunker.
I don't either, because that gives away what you're doing.
Yeah, there is nothing scouting it, but
Unless
and
you're
there
gonna
is no
optical
ops, of
flare
course.
the, unless you're gonna optical flare the observers.
No, I mean you get a river and then you eventually get enough like river carrier. Carriers can pick off the tanks. Marines can mouse interceptors, but they don't do so great at saving the tanks. Yeah, but you don't really want to take it for Nexus here, obviously. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know it's like a crazy strategy. And we have so many goons. I don't think he's getting a river. He's getting an ops. Okay, so Ken is going right of there's only 4 carriers, but no interceptors yet on them. To be honest, this is holdable, but it's going to be difficult without a river.
Yeah, you have to fight on the high ground against low ground Terran to
You
hold
pretty
this.
much need to snipe the tanks. You need to snipe a lot of tanks.
To that army.
That's a lot.
He's completely blind. He has no idea he's going to attack. Oh,
Aaron's
he's
gonna
going for the
roll
main.
him right now, dude.
Maybe you can do something with the base race and like DTs or something, but Is he turning around with carriers? Yes.
Oh, he didn't stem. He's not sieging.
He's dead. He's just dead.
Khala was hoping to surprise Scan, but it went the other way around.
I blame that vulture, that one
Yep.
shot vulture.
He got all the information he needed.
I mean, it's
Oh, no.
fine against two base arbiter also. If they don't get a river or yeah,
He's
this is
melting interceptors. Look at those interceptors. Melt.
yeah. I mean, you need a
Oh,
ground
yeah.
army. If you attack with carriers and ground army, you can pick off tanks. But if you lose your ground army and then come back with carriers, you're just dead.
Look at the red on that map, just streaming up.
And the Marines have +1 attack.
One. Yeah. That's genius.
This would be also kinda good against the double expand as well. Just saying.
And it's
The bio win is one of the reasons why people actually get a robot.
Yep. Bio's pretty strong if it's not scouted in time.
Yeah, and if you are skipping a robo, you want like some form of splash damage or a lot of units. I mean, like a lot of like mass gateway style or quick templars are fine. Otherwise, you're hoping they won't go bio.
I mean, he's losing an interceptor per marine, so it's not really they can trade, to be honest.
It's okay trade. Mineral wise, he's
Mineral-wise,
dying
but-
meanwhile.
Not production-wise. Not when your base is dying.
Yeah, sure.
Oof. Wow.
GG.
Scan.
Marines too strong. Did you click the egg for the grand finish?
At that point, it's like faster to just close the game and relaunch. Yeah.
Yeah. That didn't go very well for Khala.
Alright, guys. The main events. We got Dreamer versus TTF. Big shout out to Dreamer. He is a very valuable and active member of the Foreign Brew War community. He does a lot of stuff for the Russian Cyber Games. He organizes BWGs weekly. It's a tournament that's held every single week for the last few years. $100 on the line. You can check or learn about it on Liquipedia. Just type in BWGs weekly. And he's in a 9-game show match, guys, against TTF, who's a Terran player, and Dreamer plays Protoss. The map pool is huge. It contains maps from years ago. I believe the first map is automatically generated, and then it's loser's pick from the map pool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he does. I think TTF is like an S-rank Terran player. And Dreamer, in the past, I think he was a strong 8-rank Protoss player, but he's improved quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken, in the past few months. Maybe you guys know more than I do.
I think they are both pretty close. TTF is not as active, and like TTF would be like high A, low S, and
Oh, I
Dreamer
see.
is usually like mid, low A, but he improved quite a bit. So I think right now they maybe have like at most 100 MMR gap between them, so it should be quite close. I mean, it's also a PvT, so there's that.
So you mean it's hard for the Protoss?
It depends. I would say it depends on where you're at, and like high A, low S is, I would say, still advantageous for Protoss.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, but Dreamer did pretty well in Hasu League for BSL 12. And I think he did pretty well in Gosu League last season, if I'm not mistaken.
So what kind of prediction we got?
It's a tricky to call. I would probably refrain from that because I don't know how active TTF is. Like he was active like a year ago, and then I almost never played him for a year. So it would really depend on what sort of shape he's in.
And I guess the maps.
And the maps.
What is this map?
So one thing I've mentioned about BWG's weekly map pool, and it's something I'm actually interested about when it comes to maps, I think there's an assumption sometimes that every single map needs to be balanced. And I guess, okay, I should back up for a bit. There's a debate over whether a map is really imbalanced, meaning it favors one race heavily. But assume that there are some maps, especially from the past or present, that heavily favor one map, right? I think it's perfectly fine that you have a map pool in like a Showmatch series or tournament that consists of different maps that favor different races. So basically you have a map pool that isn't balanced for all the races equally. And it's an interesting way to set up an event because you can make it so that when a loser has to pick a map, they sort of choose a map that they think favors their race, or maybe their playing style. Maybe there's something about that map that they're really good at, you know, drops, vulture harass, or whatnot. And I like to think that the BWG's weekly map pool, which consists of so many maps from many years ago, contains maps that could favor some races more than others, or certain styles more than others, and that players are choosing maps that they think they can win on. What do you guys think about that idea, as opposed to, you know, like every single map being balanced and fair to all the races?
Always felt that way.
Uh,
You gotta have a couple maps in there that's like, okay, you know, it's like Scan last game. He just 4-0'd Khala. You know, if they're rotating loser picks map, Khala's obviously gonna have a chance to pick a map that favors him rather than Scan play that map very, very well. Maybe Khala feels, hey,
I think he played Khala very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. As a viewer, I obviously enjoy some of the like less balanced maps just to
Right.
see what sort of. And honestly, I watch it more to see what the disadvantaged player would do because those type of maps bring out some crazy stuff. And by crazy, I mean some innovation, some risky but very strong thing. Case in point, like Mini on Ultimate Stream in the ASO finals. No spoilers, but just ingenious stuff. But as a player, I'm not happy with that. I'm gonna tell you, it's just hard to prepare for a lot of different maps.
I think a lot of players are like that, actually high-ranking players, and I've had this discussion with CRVT too. A lot of players don't mind playing on the same maps over and over again. I know some people say, you know, I'm sick of Fighting Spirit, Circuit Breaker, but the fact is the map pools of the last decade, they're the same. They haven't changed, and it's my understanding is that the game already offers so many variables in terms of like race matchup, spawning positions on a map, and the builds and strategies that you do, that you don't really need that much diversity in maps. And the game is so complicated that everything not having to do with the map itself is already really hard to control. Let alone when you introduce a new map that has like a lot of like new features, or you know, it might be an old map that you haven't played for a long time, but the meta has changed, right? Like Tower Cross was in the BSL map pool. It's going to be an RCG, and it's kind of tricky to navigate around because, you know, players are used to playing on ladder maps all the time, and specific ones that they prefer. You know, Polypoid, Eclipse, Neil Silfred come to my mind as like really preferred maps. So
Yeah,
anything that's outside of that is sometimes frustrating, I think, for players.
I think it's frustrating, but it's a fun kind of frustrating. It's just it has to be a few maps and not like most of the maps because almost none of us are like full-time StarCraft players, so preparation time is limited, and you can only prepare so much. I would say so. One of few crazy maps is, I would say, is always welcome, but when it's half of them or more, then it's not so good.
Here we go, guys. What map is this, by the way? We're seeing Dreamer versus TTF.
Coral something? Me, this map looks like a reverse hitchhiker, so counter-attack paths on the side and the one long path in the middle that you cannot flank on. But it's like a reverse, so the middle is high ground and the sides are low ground.
This actually resembles an older map that I've seen before.
You guys know who made this, by the way? The guy who made Fighting Spirit, Rosa's Dream.
Really?
Well, I'm glad he didn't stop at this map. Let's just say that. This map looks interesting. I'm very interested in what the players will do because none of the standard styles will work on this kind of map.
I don't think I like this map for a standard game.
It's like 2 base 2-1 against reverse into carrier. Is what comes to mind for me, but because there's like one big path in the middle, but you cannot flank, and the counter-attack paths are very long and very small, so you cannot really fit the entire army there.
So what
is
would
this
you
the
do
only
as
map they're
Protoss?
playing on?
I think he planned to steal the gas, like this probe went out really early. But, I mean, he forced the Terran to take gas before the barracks and he cut an SCV. So, well, actually he got 2 SCVs, so maybe that's alright. Like, at least he succeeded in throwing off his opponent. Oh, losing the probe is not ideal.
Dreamer always
So-
picks green as well, guys. I like that about him.
Yeah, so I don't like how the gas is at the bottom on this map for TTF. You need 4 SCVs to mine there instead of 3. So it's just delayed mining for him, not ideal. But yeah, so TTF likes his, from what I remember from his playstyle, he likes his pushes. So I don't mean necessarily 2-fake, but like strong FD or tank marine follow-up after taking a command center, so maybe we'll see it on this map, but the rush distance is pretty long. Like there is no place to flank, but you still need to go a long distance.
This map was made in 2003, guys.
Okay, so maybe I have seen this map before. I was
So
wondering,
we
I was
have
like, this
2
map
series
looks
on
really
this?
familiar. This almost looks like one of those, like your standard maps that's in your folders or whatever. Like Brood War or something.
It does.
We have a proxy! And SCV should see that there is no third pile. But it's not the time to place it yet either, so... But the SCV should see that there are probes being cut for no reason. Like, you actually don't cut the probes here normally.
Yeah, see, this
Oh,
is
is this going to
what I
be a
was about to
3-gate?
say. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no reason to not do forward gate here and just pressure. I mean, with
It
no
doesn't look
real...
to me like... I think it's still a long distance to attack for that gate. No? I wonder if that vulture sees it. I guess he didn't see
Yeah,
it. Just barely.
it was bad positioning in my opinion. Where he
Oh,
put
it's gonna get past the dragoon. It's gonna get past the dragoon, but there will be a second goon, but the vulture might get behind the minnow line, there is no range yet. Oh, but there is no bunker, and the tank is only just started, so these 2 goons can kill some marines. Oh, but he just walked there, he's distracted by the vulture. 1 kill. But the marines are also not attacked together. Okay, so the goon went back and then forward, and then only 2 marines were shooting, but it still went okay for the turn. So yeah, TTF is the type who, instead of like taking command center necessarily, will go for vulture into non-stop marines and a tank for... But he traded. He's going for a goon pressure build, but he's losing goons. I'm not sure. Okay, there are mines, but he's not placing them yet. If he hits a counter attack while defending his main, that can be devastating. Oh, but that goon is very low. He may, but it's still an extreme rush distance, so I'm not sure.
You don't
cannot
put the
lead
hurt
in the front.
in up front. Yeah.
He'll probably still hold. Like the Marines were bruised as well. Oh, I wonder what latency this was on.
Control.
Oh,
They're both
this
Russian.
Really... I mean, Russia is a big country, so. This hurts. But there is a goon counter-attack, but is that trapped by the CVs? He needs. Okay, he's attacking the tank with the probes, but he let the CVs surround his goons. Second tank only started. There is a vulture in the marine at the natural. The tank is being microed, it has 10 kills. Oh, this looks pretty over. As soon as these goons die. Okay, one of the... It looks like there is an issue with the rally, so when they are advancing the ramp, so one goon got stuck and went down. It is not going to participate in any follow-up attacks. And he has raw mines. Oh, we're losing 2 goons. I mean, this proxy goon, it's hard to see how it can work because it's still such a long distance. They're proxied, but now the rush distance for them is like going from your main on a standard map.
The main point is that you can just get into the main base, top of the terrain.
Yeah, I mean, second passage. Maybe he was hoping there would be like a quick command center below.
Yeah, but who was quick command center on this map?
Would. I would make a Wowen and a quick command center, and I would die to this.
I just have to wall both sides. That's all you have to do. Easy peasy.
I mean, if you take the command center on the below,
Oh,
like not the one in the front. That one is wide open.
This is really funny to me because I know Dreamer and he's tested a lot of new maps for us, and he hates newer maps or different maps, and he complains about them all the time, but he's such a gentleman that he still tests them out. So I imagine he's cursing the whole time that he's playing these maps.
Oh, for sure.
In Russian.
It started to go very wrong for him when the vulture got in. He couldn't do the pressure he wanted and took too much damage from the goon. Like, if he defended, he had the units to defend the tank, the FD push basically. If he defended it while doing damage with his counter, it would be just fine, but because of how the early game went, he just lost too much. I don't think he can recover from here.
I agree. There's no expansion, he's down on workers. He's trying to go all in right now, and if this doesn't work, then he's
It's a
gonna
correct decision to go all in.
Yep.
You cannot double expand here, you cannot VTs, it's too late for that.
If you get a really good engage and you're lucky, that's probably your best shot, is hoping your opponent messes up.
And he has a chance. TTF is not camping, he's actually... Well, now he's retreating, but he was moving out. That's just one way to die.
I don't like the decision to wait for River. I would say Observer, Shuttle, go. And the River helps a lot in the bus, it's just so late. And the CV is going to come in and see there is no pro production and no Nexus. Still doesn't know if there is a Nexus on the other side, but it's still, he can see that there is no pro production. He's just making a supply depot wall in the front. Oh, and you still need to bring the goons from those proxy gates since it takes so long.
It's always such a long pass.
So TTF never guessed that he has 2 proxy gates, huh? He thinks he pumped out. Here he goes.
There's a river there, so maybe that will do something, but nope, it got focused, and that's it.
It's gone.
Maybe you should attack with the Dragoons first, then did the drop, because then the tanks, I think, would be attacking the Dragoons and not the Reaver.
I mean, it got
he-
focused fired, and he didn't
Yeah.
have like all of them sieged until the river died.
He dropped 2 zealots to focus draw the focus, but didn't help either. TTF just focus fired the river, as he should do.
Yeah, he sieged, like he kept most of the army unsieged until the river died.
Yep.
And him, like his CV got in from the side, he saw there was nothing for Dreamer, and he just made a supply depot wall.
I wonder how many of you guys remember this map.
Sadly, I do.
Oh, it's pretty fun.
It's actually one of the first maps I ever played one-on-one on.
This was around the era, I guess, that I became inactive from 98 to, I think, 2004 to 6 this was played on. The map maker's name is Drunken Bird. I believe this would be considered maybe one of the first standard maps after Lost Temple.
It was like Lost Temple, Python, Luna, Fighting Spirit. So Luna was the pre-Fighting Spirit map.
And pre-Python, right?
I think it was after, but
Yeah.
at least it was
No,
played
it
more
was-
often after.
It's way before Python.
Yeah, because I don't remember
then it's the
Python.
reverse.
I remember
Yeah,
people
never
were playing
mind.
this. It's interesting map because it's the move towards the the fighting spirits, the circuit breakers, the polypoids. I think this was a real paradigm shift in terms of how you create a map that's a little bit more
I
boring and plain, but
think
allows for all kinds of different strats and builds.
Yeah, basically one choke point to defend. And not like the last map where your opponent can come from 2 different passes into your main base.
yeah, I think both players will be familiar with the map, so it will depend quite a bit on spawning locations as well, I think.
Yeah, that's a big point on this map. Terran in the bottom left and top right has a really easy way to defend any attacks on the natural.
I guess it's fine for both players this game. Nobody got top right basically. Sure,
Yeah.
Turn can defend there easily, but he cannot push easily either because there is such a long distance.
Big shout out to Depleted in the chat, who does all our graphics and is a technician as well. What's up, man?
What's the ideal opening on this kind of map? I mean, you can't do the standard stuff with defending. The choke point is really,
I think you can.
really wide.
I think you can, yeah, but I guess back in the days, Siege Expand I guess was pretty popular, and FD. FD
This
probably
is-
more because
Yeah, I had alt tab for a minute and I came back to see the map. I know what this map is right off the bat. It's Luna. I hate this map. I hate this. I'm a 2 versus 2 player. So you got the 4 corners, and then there's just 2 gases per base. So it was literally, I mean,
People didn't hate it back then, from what I remember, though. This
Oh,
was
no.
a really
No.
preferred map. Am I wrong, guys?
Depends on who
over
you
it
are.
was fine, but
over
I
some
don't
of
see.
them.
I mean, yeah. For example, for PvZ, at this point in time, people were still playing either one base or like 2 base speed zealot all-ins. So like third guess wasn't much of an issue. Let's put it
It's
that
like,
way.
what other map was there? There was Lost Temple that was played a lot. I can't
No,
think
there's
of any other.
You had Python back then.
Well, not. It was. This was before Python.
Not long.
Yeah.
This might have been actually the first Korean like standard map, because Lost Temple made by Blizzard doesn't really count.
No, yeah,
I think
hate that
so.
map before. That's a Terran map through and through.
Our map, I think it's ZVT. For I guess ZVT, it's annoying that you need to take an obvious third-base location. Like, I mean, you only can really take the corners, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking like
Yeah.
be more than
that's-
Siege Command Center. Oh, but we are mining gas and we're cutting marines. I think 2-fact, but it's going to be cross map. It looks like a 2-fact. Dreamer is not scouting. He might be just going for 21 or 23 Nexus. Cut probes from gas, so this looks like a 21 Nexus to me. The question is whether he will go for a gateway or a robotics after the Nexus. And it will be important for defending the 2-fact. He should be putting probes back on the gas if he wants to go for a robo, so this looks as a gate follow-up for me, and that should be fine against 2-factory, assuming equal micro. He will have 6 goons when the push comes, instead of 5 votes for a robo. Here's the second gate, so it's a kind of classic.
See, this build is usually not great. It's a 2-fat build whenever you're doing cross positions. On this map, it's okay. It's not a real big map. You can't really build anything in the middle.
Don't like the... Okay, I'm not a big fan of Vulture 2-factory, I mean without the second add-on, without 3 tanks. And it's going to be even harder against what Dreamer is doing.
Let me ask you a question. Should you have 2 add-ons?
I mean, there are different flavors of 2-factory, and the one that TF is doing is hitting a bit faster. Oh, not always, but you can go in with 1 tank, and you, instead of waiting for 2 and 3 tanks, you go with 1 tank and you rally vultures faster, but it is also less powerful.
Well, I mean, it's not only that though. Is you also do that so you can get vulture speed with your mines at the same time.
And this one just gets the mines.
Oh wow! Look at this.
And while he bled off, he killed the 2 goons, but he bled off all the marines, and now he has like a small contain the Protoss, but he cannot break him because it's a 21 Nexus with 2 gates. So as I said, he would have 6 goons. He lost 2, but he still has 4, and the marines are dead. So the tanks. Right now, you wish you had 3 tanks here. He didn't really end up hitting faster because he could be here at like 545 crossroad, 3 tanks, and he came in at 540 because of the fight in the middle. He's going for a siege behind this, and this might work because actually with all this micro, I think Dreamer never started a robo.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a mistake. But I think he might just have enough, just enough stuff to break here, and a lot of terrain here is unbuildable, so not like he can put down a bunker and turrets protecting the tank. There is almost no room to do that. Well, he also got a CC behind it, so he kinda is fine, but the armory is really late. I think it was a fine hold, but Dreamer probably cut a bit too many probes. I think you can just break it.
Yeah, it's just a really
Wait,
soft
wait
thing.
for
He's got a couple
yeah, those two
zealots.
zealots are gonna mind drag.
Oh, he should have lost his.
It was alright for both sides, I would say. Here, I think you need to either attack immediately or take it short immediately. The 4-gate follow-up I don't like, because you still cannot go and kill the Terran without ops, and by the time you have ops, he'll remake the tanks and stuff like that. I think this is where you probably want to cut unit production and either attack hard or expand hard. But that's, I guess, just my perspective.
Yeah, he has like no map control at all right now.
He's
He has
getting
to
a
stay in space.
shuttle, and then he'll get absorber, and he'll have like he will have like a strong army with a bulldog, but it is still difficult to break it to base Terran. It would be great if the Terran went for a 3rd CC greedy behind it, but he's not. I would prefer just one zealot to defuse the mines and take it short, for example. And even cut unit production, take a faster second guess, stuff like that.
He actually
the
didn't
probe
slap
lead.
the probe. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
There you go. Nope.
I mean, he can see it.
Okay, we are going for legs and like a 4-gate Zealotman, I guess. I'm not a big fan of it because, like, and this is what you want to do if you think you are being too basal linked.
Oh, he's getting into the natural, but there has 3 goons there waiting for the 2 vultures. They're just getting
It's
one.
Vulture, they're gonna pay off anyway, I would say, but he
Oh.
actually doesn't kill anything.
He
Wow.
killed 1 probe because he kept attacking the simulator. And there's
Yeah,
one
and
single tank sitting outside the mineral only bridge. I wonder what that
that's
tank is
very
trying to
ambitious.
accomplish. Yeah,
Yeah,
very ambitious.
Death
indeed.
Wish tank. Drive me forward, I will hit them with my sword.
Oh, he actually keeps going. I know, 5 vultures come. Yeah, it's gonna make all the difference. Is that bridge wider than I remember?
Yeah.
That looks modified.
These sort of attacks are something in common with a lot of Russian Terrans. It's a bit of a suicide playstyle because you're basically hoping that they don't see you coming and you just siege up a critical position, but it's like 1 tank, it's not gonna kill an Axis.
He doesn't see this 1 tank. I'm gonna win the game.
If like 5 tanks get there and you get mines on both sides and maybe like a Goliath there, and they probably will kill the Nexus and get away with it, but 1 not really.
Yeah, it's a good choke point.
Okay,
usually.
he's probably gonna bust this. There's not enough stuff for the Terran.
Yeah.
Like,
There's no buildings blocking the Terran units or anything.
yeah.
There's
Like-
no way he holds this. Absolutely no way.
Yeah, he didn't really. Yeah, I'm not sure if he used any scans. He has 200 energy on his scanners, so maybe he just didn't realize that it was like a zealot. I mean, a gateway pump from 2 base.
Just go. He's waiting for 4 more zealots now.
I mean, he doesn't need to win the game with it.
They just rallied to it now.
Yeah. The damage has already been done. There are no really upgrades coming. We have +1 and that's it. Even if all these goons die to Bad Eye, it's still going to be fine for the Protoss.
That's a perfect move. All the supply depots died, the Terran is supply blocked. And
I
he's
like the
confined to his
cannons.
main base.
Yeah, I see the Dreamer got cannon his natural and short base, and I like it because like it's probably the only way he can lose the game right now is random vulture counterattacks.
Right.
So this is where you go carrier. Like if the Terran refuses to leave his base and leave the game, both, you just probably better to go carrier. Otherwise, I mean,
Scout.
it's not like you can easily bust the Terran if he makes enough units. This like exit from the natural is not too wide, even if you come from below and the top. So maybe the Terran will eventually get a third base. So just making more gateway units because you already have a lot of gates is not necessarily going to be great. Like you already have enough to prevent the Terran from taking the third, but you cannot break them. So this is why I would say go for carriers. If they try to kill you, you have to bait. Mines.
Yeah,
Always
Ben Zealot
exciting.
ran over those pros with them. Ugh. It'd have been funny. Terran would have been back in the game a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, we have another wave, the result of Zealots. I don't think it's gonna end the game, but you could still probably trade decently.
I think it'll end the game. You got a Zealot up the top ramp, so
Zealots are stuck behind goons, but it's probably still going to be decent. I think this is where if TTF focused the dragoons, he would lose almost no units. But because he didn't, the splash, most of the Terran units died to the splash from the tanks. It may look like an overextension by Dreamer, but he didn't lose too many goons and he keeps his advantage. The fourth expansion getting denied at the top right.
kind of surprised this game's still going on. But I won't say
You can't
I'm
exactly.
completely surprised because I have seen Terrans come back from this. I mean, I think we all have.
Yeah.
It's Terran.
Yeah. Dreamer wants TTF to take it hard, absolutely. That's like his decision point to go 1A, 2A, 3A on everything. He's also getting ready for a recall, I guess. Because the one time that TTF is going to try to move out, he's gonna get recalled. He'll go out too early and he'll just get flanked.
Is that one of the common mistakes at Protosses, is recalling while Terran is still inside the base? Or like, when is it a good idea to do that? When Terran's still inside their base and you recall?
You really don't want to recall when the turn is inside their base. Yeah, I mean it happens, but I wouldn't say it's a common mistake, it's just a mistake. I mean, if you, let's say if you are really impatient to close the game for some reason, and instead of taking a fourth like Dreamer did in this game, you try to kill the Terran by recalling into their main. It's probably gonna backfire.
It's
I like what he
disgusting.
did here.
Yeah, this is very annoying to deal with, but what I don't like is Dreamer having a bit of syndrome, like a StarCraft 2, you know, like which case it selects your entire army, I forget. But yeah, just chasing a Terran dropship with your entire army. I think every Protoss did it at some point, just not very good.
So you're saying wait for that observer to come, assess the situation, make sure you don't take too many mine hits and stuff like that.
Oh, I mean,
right?
just send no more than like 16 units there. You
Oh, don't
need
send
an
as many.
army. Yeah, because Terran could be taking the third base, sieging up, putting mines and turrets.
That's
while
exactly
we're
what he's
with
doing.
that. He's a bit late, like, and he still doesn't have quite enough stuff. Yeah, he would not be. He's vulnerable on the move, not so much when he's already there. I think the Protoss just has too much. You can break him now.
Keeps trying to break him over and over. And the wall isn't complete yet, so you can actually get in.
Yeah, so,
TTF
like,
gets good trades though, guys.
Oh yeah,
What
he loses so much.
world is going on?
Yeah, that went worse than expected. If you're gonna go for a break like that, okay, so the problem for Dreamer is he was dealing with the vultures, so he made a crap ton of goons. But if you want to break a tiny choke, you want like 12 goons and 40 zealots. That's really how you do it.
Really, you don't even want to try to break any narrow choke against siege tanks. Just go and recoil. That would be much more effective right now.
Recall
I
is
think.
fine, and I think he didn't use a stasis, so he'll probably go for recall. Like there is an observer, I think, fishing. I might be searching for the dropship. There is still too much stuff for the Protoss and too much eco.
Yeah.
Terran took a base, but he still is on 40 CVs. His main is mined out, and the third base is a crappy miner only.
True, but the Protoss is only one base ahead, so on bases-wise, it's kind of equal. So
I
the
would
Protoss
say
needs to do something.
not really. I mean, it could be something like make 50 zealots an A move, or he could recall. No, he's just going for a stasis, and that's a good stasis. Still too many
That's
goons,
great
but
bases.
he just has too much stuff.
That attack, man, still so narrow.
Yeah, just lead with the zealots when you're going for some small chokes.
Yep.
Yeah, this
Otherwise, they're gonna get blocked. No, I think he did it here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
GG.
No GG.
Maybe it was top versus bottom, and he allied shit. GG'd. You never know.
I can understand why Dreamer made so many goons, and that's because TTF was very active with vultures on the map, so you kinda want to kill them, and then he ended up taking more bases, so he did a bit of trying to win a game in a different ways, like Rico, army, taking bases at once, so that's why it ended up looking the way it is.
Alright guys, so the last map I'm pretty sure was picked by Dreamer, Luna. There's very few like really standard maps in the BWG's weekly map pool. And the next one, I guess, is TTF's pick. And I'll let you guys reveal what map it is.
Oh god. I don't want to say that name.
Do you guys know who made this map?
What?
The devil?
Rose of Dream, guys. I think it's really cool just finding out who made what, because sometimes you find a map maker who's like responsible for making a ton of maps. Even though you might hate it, like some of the maps, I think it's still pretty cool that this person like made that many maps that are well known, right? So this is Gorky Island. It's made of Rose of Dream. He also made first map that we saw at Core Hall. He's also made Fighting Spirit, Tower Cross, Gaia. Is that how you pronounce that map?
Yeah, see that was
Many,
a fun
many others.
Yeah.
2 map. That was a real fun 2v2 map.
Which one?
2v2,
just
named
yes,
so
many.
1v1, not so much.
Oh no, it sucked 1v1, man. Because depending on where you got put on the map.
Positional imbalances.
Yeah, exactly. Like you could be on the left side of the map, or if you had cross positions, or if both of you were on the bottom side of the map, you were furthest away from each other almost. Like it was awesome. I loved it.
So guys, this map, there is a cliff that is on the other side of the mineral line that Terrans can drop on. I heard Terran was just imbalanced on this map. I didn't really play this much. Back in the days when I was active, Lost Temple, Luna were pretty much the maps that were always played on.
Don't you just go like 14cc into a starport here with raid? I mean, you can just. I think it's the island. You can just lift like and land the command center there. Right?
Well, on
Yeah.
this map,
Yeah,
your main base is blocked off from the ground for the rest of the map, but the rest of the map is connected to each other. So, like, if you look at the top left position to the very right of it, there's actually a ramp that leads to this middle base, this middle cross, if you will. So you can walk from just outside your base all the way to just outside their base. So I don't think raids would be, a good
Yeah, but
option here.
No, I mean you cannot really do. I guess a web race, yeah, but I was thinking more like you cannot punish 14 command center until you have a shuttle, and you cannot
Right.
expand until you have a shuttle.
Right.
So,
No, as Terran, yeah,
good
you
stuff.
can.
Big shout out to Zero who joined the chat. Thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you so much, man, for just organizing the best foreign StarCraft content, supporting all the players, showcasing them, and really looking forward to the Russian Cyber Games this Saturday, round of 16, starting
Fuck
at
yeah.
9 a.m. Eastern.
So we have guests before barracks by TTF, significantly before barracks. It should be something special, like 2-port. Is it going to be like 2-port or 2 factory and a starport? I have no idea. I want to find out.
Maybe New Crush. I don't know. I think I would actually fast expand. With no mineral patch blocking the expansion, I still think it's the best option. How many
Like
SCVs
Zemlin
does he have
has
on gas?
3.
3. I think you should put 4 because the gas is on the right side. So you need a 4th SCV for optimal mining. So even getting the early gas doesn't give him much of an advantage right now.
The main is also 8 mineral patches, so the old maps with 8 mineral patches, real nice for Terran, I guess.
Yeah, I
Kinda
think
crap
Gruna
for
was one of
Protoss.
the first with 9, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Not surprisingly quick robo, but he's getting a zealot, so probably going to elevate some zealots, some pressure.
This is the most feared one
Would
zealot
you,
drop.
you even need a starport? Can you just flood the factories?
I mean, some maps actually utilize that strategy that you build everything on the low ground because that's the main fighting area.
Yeah, we have marine production on the low ground, so it probably is going to be a push, but an add-on, so it's going to be tanks. Yeah. Oh, maybe it's just a scout. All right. Never mind.
Just scouting.
Yeah, but what can you even see?
Well, the thing is, StarCraft only has 3 different vision levels. So I believe from that eyes
Can you
might
hit the
see
probes?
into the...
Can you hit the probes from that base?
Can
With
what?
the marine? Can you hit the probes, the mineral line with the marine?
Yeah, but by the
Is it
time you
great?
get there, it's not gonna, like, they're gonna have a shuttle.
So
Like,
you
there's
can
no
see
way
up
to get in
front.
there in time. No
So
way to
he's
get in
trying
there
to
in time.
scout.
Is it just watching for the shuttle, trying to see it?
No, you can see on the high ground.
Okay, we
So
have
see any buildings.
to see what attack.
Oh yeah, you can, can't you? Okay, so
Yeah.
is that really high ground then?
Only physically, but not on the vision level. On the vision level, they are both on the same level.
Yeah, so the
Okay.
shuttle got out unscouted. Maybe the barracks will see it. It probably will, it looks like, on the collision path.
I think it's a smart move to do this. You
What
usually have the scouting
bad
pylons.
luck.
Yeah, the scouting pylons are all so far from the edge that he can see the whole base, but cannot be seen by the marine. Perfect placement.
I wonder why he just didn't get a fast CC in this game. He went for fast drops.
I wonder if you could like make a CC and have a raid to stop this. Or like units. Maybe you wouldn't have the units in time, I'm not sure. Since he did get those factories fairly quick and only now he has a tank and vultures, and defending maybe 2 bases would be difficult with it. Who knows?
Yeah, especially zealots.
Yeah, really. This is generally not a good idea.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
he's
a
just
pinning
waiting for
tactic.
range.
We have one goon that is forcing a tank to sit here, that's a good trade. Okay, never mind. It's almost as bad as watching an arbiter attack a tank.
See, why would you even drop this? When you're already making great trades.
Oh,
I guess
Dreamer
it's
is
just
taking his Nexus, but he cut a lot of his CVs. I mean, ropes. I wonder if you could go like, I don't know, Corsair Dragoon with D-Web on this map.
Reaver incoming. See, he just kind of wasted these
But
shit.
Both Terran is on the max saturation, so he can take a command center anytime he wants.
Second shuttle, this one is having a Reaver. We got like 3 SCVs, I believe.
No speed, and
Oh no. Those
looks like
tanks
he
can
got
just be
one
repaired.
SCV.
That was not worth it.
And now he needs to use the second shuttle to transfer probes. Wonder if double robo could be a thing on this map, especially if the opponent didn't go raids.
Yeah, so like, what do you do on this map to win in the long term? Because
I'm thinking like River Harris into Goon Corsair with D-Web, because that would actually work.
Hey, I love
To
D-Web,
secure
man.
against the ground.
D-Web is so underrated, it's not even funny. I always go D-Web. Not always, but a lot of
Only in
times.
PvP.
PvP? No,
Yeah.
I like it PvT. I love it PvT. Honestly, I make enough Corsairs in PvZ. I don't really know why I don't go D-Web against Third.
Probably because
They've got-
it's
if they're
quite
like
expensive
lurkers.
and you need to storm.
Could be. It's
Well,
costing
if I have the
minerals only.
Sayers, if I keep the Sayers flying around already, I mean, I've already spent the money.
Yeah, but you basically need to storm all fight long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine
Well,
also having
eventually.
to cast those.
so I want to say TTF has a late expansion, but he has quite a few units, 2 dropships, and it seems like he poses a threat right now to Dreamer.
Cannon might finish, but it's probably going to be tank drop followed by. I mean, he will drop more stuff right after the first unload. He might even go for the main actually. No. Nope. Oh, there's a cannon, but the goons are not in position. Okay, the saving grace is that the second drops are not loading. Now he's going into the main, that's a good call. He have siege. Doesn't particularly need it, but that would seal the deal.
I thought he was
Ooh.
going to siege down there on the ice
Yeah,
with all his units.
and there's no mischance attacking from that ice to the semi-high ground, so...
Siege behind the probe line would be quite devastating, simply because you cannot like mineral walk the probes to the natural. There is nowhere you can mineral walk the probes, actually. So you would need to like it would be hard to quickly get them out of tank fire. He could lose the entire mineral line. So speed has kicked in. Dreamer is going for a third base, but there is a mine there.
How valuable is the Corsair, you think, on this map?
Very against airplay.
Oh yeah. That's good against everything. I mean, worst case scenario is gonna draw the turret attacks whenever you're dropping.
Yep, it's still very, very useful. Also, you can snipe the dropships if the Terran isn't expecting the crosshairs early on.
I think a shuttle just died to that one marine. It has a kill. Oh my god, it killed the shuttle. I'm
Did it?
pretty sure it was a shuttle.
That's
think so,
unfortunate.
Bro,
There were two shuttles moving around, and now there's only one returning to the base for Brothers, and the marine has a kill. There wasn't anything else here.
This
Oh,
drop
and this dropship
might get
thing.
shut down. Yeah, this drop's getting shut down hard.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, the big reavers. Oh man, big shots. Great play by
I wonder if the Marine just saved Dreamer.
Cannon.
Because he wouldn't have gone back to his base with that shuttle.
True.
We have a hidden access. Dreamer, and I love it. I think people should do it more often on maps like that. Just take crazy locations. It's hard to scout.
Yeah, this is the Ninja expansion map.
Take your opponent's high ground. That's how you really get them.
Take the center.
Yeah,
There are a
that
lot
too.
of mirror bridges.
I mean, I think if it wasn't cross positions, or hell, actually, I would probably take center because it's cross positions. Because how many times are you gonna fly your shuttle or dropship straight from the middle?
Yeah,
I mean,
you won't.
never. You'll never do that.
With
They're
tanks
probably-
and turrets, you can hold it, yeah. Much better than Scrubs.
I wouldn't
Yes,
even defend
but-
it. I would put zero defense
Yeah.
there.
The mirror
Very bold.
efficiency on zero would be
Just
pretty
cross
bad, I
attention.
think, because a lot of distance to minerals. Oh, flying into the turrets, no.
Oh, double turret, triple turret.
Oh, you got it down.
He's not dropping his other one. There you
Right.
go.
Well,
Oh, big
oil would
shot.
rework.
Oh, good shots, good shots.
Yes,
You
these are
cannot
trapped
run.
here.
Yeah.
I don't think 3 vultures in a glass would do anything against 2 reavers in the shuttle.
I can't believe this
Yeah.
worked.
Yeah.
But the ninja base got scouted by the barracks.
Let's see, he's got
And no probes yet.
2 tanks and 3 Goliaths queued up right now in his factory.
It's like TTF took a bunch of tanks and put it at his, what is that, the 3 o'clock expansion? Was that even scouted by Dreamer?
I would,
I
I wouldn't
think
even
so.
defend it like this.
Oh, he just is erasing the main right now. Oh my god.
So many
Yeah,
STVs, man.
I think TTF just
Oh,
underestimated speed shuttles. Just tourists
And
were not
rears.
gonna hold it. No, I mean maybe he'd hold it with just not unload, but he knew he had speed and like 3 shuttles, right? That's how his drop got cleaned up.
Yeah, he saw it.
So,
look at that top left gas. Look how screwed up that is.
okay, alright, so
Hate these old maps, man.
bottom left got denied. All the probes on the bottom left died.
Yeah, I think it's 6 kills. 7? Yeah. Drop them right
So
on the front.
TTF
There
is
you
still
go.
just fine.
See, what I'm most surprised at this game is the lack of observers on the map. Like, he's not even got an
Yep.
observatory. I'd
I
be
just realized
spreading
too.
those- Oh yeah, I'd double robo and spread those bitches out, man.
Yeah, spread them out.
There's way too many gateway units, honestly.
Yeah.
Could bust the third maybe if he just did a mass drop and a ground attack, but he probably is not going to scout it before it's completely safe. He still needs to secure bottom left.
Yeah, but they're both pretty broke. They're like on 2 base, and they have to invest a lot into dropships and shuttles. Crazy. They have almost no units all the time.
Hey guys, remind me to do
Oh.
predict game.
Oh, perfect counter.
Oh, we have zero speed. Okay. Honestly, I would love Dreamer to not have 4 gateways in his main. I would love his gates after the first one to be where he's, I guess, on 12.
Yep.
It
Yeah, I
makes
agree.
so much easier for him.
I very much agree. I think that'd be a great idea. I was kind of confused whenever I saw the gateways in its main base. Because you have to shuttle them, every single one, down before you can do anything with them.
It takes up a
Yeah.
lot of time and attention.
It's a full-time job.
It really
kind of
is.
hard figuring out what the hell to do on this map.
It
You're
is if you
beating it
don't
well.
practice it, yeah.
Yeah, there's tanks dropping you on the cliff, obviously, on the bottom left. You're never gonna have a time to ferry unit.
Like having a long-term game plan on this map. I mean, what was the game plan? It was to drop Reavers and it went really bad, right? And then they sort of kept doing the same thing. Let's just keep dropping units in each other's bases and hope for the best. And then they expanded a little bit. It's hard to come up, I think, with a long-term game plan. Like, you know, I'm going to take all the maps, make a bunch of carriers, and then finish the game.
My long-term plan on this map would be to do Joker cosplay.
Just go mass scouts or something, you know.
So Terrence actually caught up quite a bit here. Protoss is natural. Well, I don't even know if you want to call this a natural, but the base behind his main is almost mined out. Terrence is barely touched.
Yeah, we're going double Stargate Arbiter, not Carrier. Well, if you're gonna have all your units stuck in your main, maybe you can recall them out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. Now, here's the real thing, what you need to do.
Okay, yeah.
Hallucination. If you don't see signs,
Yeah.
hey man, hey, did you guys see that pro game a long time ago? Who was that? I can't remember who it was. Maybe somebody in the chat will remember. It was an islands map, and he just had like 2 or 3 arbiters, and it was just mass turrets and glides, split map. And he hallucinated his arbiters, spread them out, and then just mass recall before they all died. His main killed him.
This is one way to force bust the turret forest defense. But yeah, Dreamer is in a rough spot because he's running out of minerals and bottom left got cleared and Probe trying to take 9 o'clock got killed by the vultures and that marine. So,
Yeah, he's taking hits.
he's trying to take a center.
See, I don't agree with taking it at this point.
Okay, storm drops with speed shuttles. I very much agree so on this map, and probably we needed to see that a while ago.
How much damage do you think it's gonna do?
Where are the shuttles right now? Okay, no
Where'd they
matter.
go?
Oh, he's going with arbiters. Okay, maybe with arbiters it can I mean there is only one turret on the left on the 3 o'clock, right?
So he's
he
gonna recall
approaches
the
from
whole-
the top. Oh,
He records the units with shuttles and then gives them cloak with the arbiters.
he's far away from the
There's,
recall
yeah.
in terms of energy. He might stasis.
He doesn't even have enough for
Oh,
status.
he doesn't have stasis upgraded yet. It's just for clock. It's an Archon.
It's a new twist on the Polish recall.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, that did well, but I mean, it's still not worth it overall.
Okay, now it's
And the high temper dies. The arbiter is gonna die.
I'm not
he's
focused
saving
dying.
something.
I mean, 12.
But 12 o'clock's, yeah, 12 o'clock's toast.
Yeah.
At least he has a middle base.
So TTF made factories below ground, and that pretty much did it. He didn't need to ferry them.
This is where he unsieges 3 o'clock and just marches on middle. And it's a good game. That's already good.
Imagine if instead of 2 arbiters it was, I don't know, 4 carriers. I'm not sure why would you go for arbiters in this situation.
I don't think it was a bad idea. I think it's a little too late on arbiter play.
Yeah, I think he had not enough minerals and a lot of gas.
Not enough
I guess. A lot of cannons, and next side that got cleared.
Okay.
I mean, technically these arbiters may be able to eventually defend this base. It's 3-on-1 tank, so... Oh my god, there's a Goliath. Run, arbiters, run. Would like 3 arbiters if you micro the damaged ones back, kill 1 Goliath.
You're casting this game. Why are you typing?
I didn't want to talk over people. I've been talking over people the whole time, and I'm trying not to.
It's okay. It's a struggle to get a word in when you have 3 or 4 people casting. That's the fun part about it.
Yeah. If I was a Terran player right now, I would be making like an arc of command centers. Contain
Just
my
PM.
But I mean, that's what you do, right?
Sure, yeah, that's what you do.
This is why Pylon works on the map exists.
All right, here we go. We got enough for 1
Three
recall.
arbiters.
In bottom left, and he's hiding the arbiter. He's hiding the arbiter. Let's see what this happened. Oh no,
Final
he
stand.
nothing. He ain't even in range for recall. Oh, he used status too. Oh, and he recalls right on top of the line. Oh, did he
I
go
mean,
off?
he might kill the main. No, the supply depots, but
Yeah, but there are 4
has
dropships alive.
I mean,
No
he
mineral.
has Storm. If the Templar doesn't die to a mine, it will be kind of difficult to save the main for Terran, but
It don't matter. He don't need to save the main. He just lifts and runs. Like
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
What is
We're
pretty
Queen
going
sure,
to
gonna do?
lose the game.
pretty sure Red's planning on nuking him. I mean, he's making upgraded sight range on his
Yeah.
gun. So
Oh.
That got denied.
Storm.
Yeah.
What did you storm? Oh, your storm is in the wrong position, bro. Oh well.
Yeah, it's over.
He just wanted to kill the Terran commander, the original command center.
And that's your GG.
GG. Well, that was an interesting game.
I wonder what the hell you can even do on this map. Double robo? Corsair? I mean, you can't even go Corsair for scouting. I mean,
Early
quick
Corsair worked surprisingly well again in PvT on island maps. I did it on the SCPL map, and it worked surprisingly well.
No, I mean, you still need the shuttle to expand, and your Corsair cannot kill there.
I think it's a
Expansion.
Corsair. Yeah, well, you can't kill the expansion, and it also takes forever to kill 1 dropship.
Yeah, like scout opener, maybe that can work. I don't know.
Yeah. That's probably too slow.
Alright, so it's Dreamer's pick, and he chose Longinus, the most standard map you could find in the map pool.
And it's also a really good Protoss map. It's a really good Protoss map.
Yeah, it is. I really used to love this map.
Let's bring it
It's
back
good
into
for-
the ladder pool, right, guys?
Yeah, sure.
please. Okay, top left, we've got TTF in red as a Terran. And at the bottom, almost left, we have Dreamer in green as Protoss. What's a good strategy on this map? 10-14 gate? Or 10-15 gate, sorry.
10-15, but I think most Terrans know how to deal with it. It's like if it wasn't TTF, but some of the, I guess, newer Terrans, not so old school, then 10-15 for sure, but I'm pretty sure TTF knows how to deal with it. Which
If
is
he
you make a
remembers.
wall, I mean,
Hey,
you get
real,
siege.
real quick.
Yeah,
predictions
maybe he forgot.
started in the channel.
Excuse me, what did you say? Sorry.
Predictions started in the channel. If anyone wants to throw some money down.
Yeah, where's Lucky Noob, our addicted gambler? Dreamer
Looks
against
like an
TTF.
main Lowen from TTF. A little bit unexpected, but still happens. Could be a 2-factor again. Not so good because of the 10 mineral patches in the main. So if the Protoss goes for an expansion, he gets like his Protoss defense against 2-fact is constrained by minerals and not gas. But 2-fact timing is constrained by gas. So like it's a bit worse for the 2-fact because of the 10 mineral patches. Maybe siege commands.
Can you not wall in the natural? Or did you
You
just
can.
not want his marines to spawn on the outside?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Probably didn't want him to spawn on the outside. He's blocking.
Yeah.
No scout by Dreamer after the, I guess, no pylon yet, but if he doesn't scout now, he's probably going for a Nexus play without scouting. I guess another possibility is still a 20-second gate, but that's really rare. Oh,
Also,
that
that
pylon is
cybernetics,
late!
man.
Oh no, it's not. Alright, never mind.
That cybernetics core is blocking that probe so bad. Every single time it has to move.
I mean, there's only 300 minerals left, so... Ah.
Wow, that's painful to watch. Now this
Is
map,
that
I don't
probably-
hate, and Tile Cross, I really like. I'm not saying I'm good at them, but I like them.
Okay, so it's a 20 gate, so no scout, 2 gate, 2 gate, and it's against a 2-fact, so
Ah, well read.
I wonder, okay, one way you can transition here from this opener, especially if you did a no scout, is at 29-33 you can take an access, and then pylon and then 2 goons. So you cut a bit probes, but you have an almost non-stop dragon production while grabbing an access. And it's pretty damn good against 2-fact. You'll see. Just don't click on the egg.
Good thing that the X weren't used to these old maps.
Yeah, it's just they're gonna mine it out eventually.
Yeah, luckily it's a small patch.
They're checking if the core still exists every single time.
I mean, if he loses the game, he can just blame it on the cybernetics core placement.
Okay, so we have a this time it's a bit of a mistimed build from the Terran. As you can see, you want like a second and third tank to come at the same time, but they are disjointed. So maybe it will be a vulture instead of a third tank. If he starts a third tank, it will be really odd. Okay, he starts a third tank when the second one is almost done. So maybe he'll go for 4 tank pressure.
Well, that's too many guns.
Yeah, I mean, you probably don't want to just tank the marine fire, but okay, he's getting siege now, so I think he was getting mines and cancelled, but I'm not completely sure.
Yeah. He did scout the second gate, didn't he?
Yeah. What I don't like is no pro production and no nexus for the product, so he's getting a robo, being very aggressive. So it's going good for now, but his transition is not ideal. Don't lose the gun. Don't lose the gun. Still, this is a lot of damage repair-wise.
Yeah, and if he had paid attention, he could have sniped at least one of the tanks. Now
Yeah.
he has got siege mode done and successfully
Yeah, I mean,
defended.
it's still good. So I wouldn't say it's successfully defended, more like survived.
Yeah.
Uh, because there is a 6 worker difference and 4 SCVs were repairing. It's
8
really
even
not
at
ideal.
the end. Yeah, that's a lot of SCVs not mining.
If Dreamer went for a Nexus before Robo, he would have it done by now. Instead, he's getting a Reaver, so he'll probably be very safe. But I don't really see TTF pushing with this. Maybe he will, but it's like suicidal. If he just takes an expansion, then he should have enough tanks to be secure against the Reaver. That's kind of my take on this.
He's going for mass vultures right now. He's getting spider mines and speed, so he wants to be present on the map. He doesn't just want to camp.
Maybe he expected a double expand from Dreamer.
I feel like that's too many spider mines in his nature.
And yeah, he doesn't want to get counterattacked, but there is no turrets and he cannot harass the natural, so the best he will lay like some mines in the middle of the maps and the goons will later run into maybe. He shouldn't be doing direct damage immediately.
Yes, very little. It's not like real map control. Will only last for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, what I don't like from Dreamer is the army is all over the place. Like, it's good that it's like watching, but it's disjointed. And yeah, the Terran decided to go with the series. And the army for Dreamer is not together. If he runs into a minefield or if he bleeds off too many goons, he could take significant damage. But the big saving grace for him is the Reaver. But, oh, it's going to be an elevator in the base race. This is getting pretty crazy.
It could be, yeah. But it's just dropping.
Okay, TTF is not turning around, he even pulled the SCVs, so... just don't attack into the natural, there's a minefield!
Oh.
Not
yes,
enough mines,
suspect.
I guess.
Oh, that's a mistake. No, that's a dud.
I think you just give up the naturalist Protoss, and you make sure they don't get to transfer more SCVs with the Reaver. And get
retreating.
another Reaver at home.
Yeah, but he's retreating with his Reaver? No. Yeah, he is.
I don't like it because you just get another Reaver. You cannot let the SCVs get out or go back to mining, I mean.
Exactly, this Reaver is not going to do anything. The siege tanks have a longer range. Can't really do much, and he could have destroyed all the
He's
external.
trying to unload the Reaver on the tank. I don't like it, but I mean, there is no option to reinforce for the Terran, so like another shuttle. Oh, yeah, you can fire on the gateways on this map. That's maybe what is triggering the panic move, because he cannot get Zealots to Zealot bomb the tanks. Bleeding of too many units. No.
And he's repairing the tanks. Oh. Close one. Yeah. He could have killed all of those with the Reaver, or at least most of them, and actually have an advantage.
Yeah, it's looks pretty over.
Yeah, mine's a gap. Dreamer has way too many minerals. He needs to make gateways. But it's too late.
To make it violence, but yeah. To me, it's like to win a lot of time and micro the Reaver a lot.
I think he only lost this to decision making, in my opinion.
Just he had goons all over the place and no observer, pretty much.
Yeah, even after that he could have still dealt way more damage while defending his base from some stuff.
Bringing River home and running through that minefield was both big issues, but the Vultures got the Mino line.
Yeah, 16 probes
Still
against
kind of
14
playable.
SPVs.
Also,
Yeah.
you can still win from here because you have this 2 Nexi and there is only one last tank and you have 2 Rivers. So it's still possible to clear it, but what you need to do here is honestly you could just bring all probes from the natural to the main so that you have only one Mino line to protect, keep a River there and use a second River to either do counter damage or to snipe the tank. Something like that. The Vultures are what is winning the game.
Yeah. And TTF is seemingly only making vultures.
So there's a second tank now, and he's gonna kill the Nexus with it. With it, the hopes for Dreamer. Oh, is Dreamer going for a counter drop? No. Oh, he unloaded the red river first. And you really want to unload like after the shuttle, after the tank takes a shot.
Yeah, he did, but then he was out of range. That was his mistake.
It's still vultures killing stuff.
Now he's going for the counter.
But he's gonna lose the Nexus now.
I think it's not too bad because the Terran doesn't have an expansion either.
He has a tank at home and the mines. Maybe he can drop on the tank. Like, I mean, Bonif would probably win from here with just. But yeah.
Good job, Riva. Good job.
That's it. This ambitious tank got all the way up to the main Mino line. 13 kills.
Wow. That Riva at the end, it just didn't want to shoot. I think that was a pacifist Riva.
That was a bit of a troll.
Yeah, typical Riva stuff.
It's kind of frustrating. I think Dreamer had all the conditions to win. But yeah, like CRVT, when he was talking about Dreamer's goons being spread out, it just caught him off guard when he had moved out.
Because you don't expect the Terran to make a 3-minute late push with less units that he should have to and kill you. But sometimes they do that and it kills him.
Yeah, and even after that he could have still done a lot more. But it's always the same problem. I have the same problem. If you're being contained and trying to fight for your life, you sometimes don't make enough gateways, and suddenly you have 1.2k minerals.
One of the most difficult aspects of the game definitely is when you're under pressure. Decision making is like 10 times harder.
Yep.
Yeah, base races in general, you don't really have a lot of experience with them unless you frequently end up in that situation. So like when I think base races, I'm thinking Bonnie versus Terror, because every series they have one or two, and they both know what to do in that situation, but everyone else not really.
Yeah.
Next map is Python, guys. Dreamer picked it.
Were there no better maps for Brothers? I'm just wondering. Or it's just because it's more standard?
I think that's what he's looking for, is map he's familiar with and are more standard.
Yeah, PPT, this can work. I really strongly dislike this in PvZ because of the huge natural entrance. But PvT, this positioning is also terrible because the Terran can just drop down into the pit at the bottom left and then siege your main and slowly creep forward while defending his front too.
Yeah, but if you're on close spots, it's still terrible because the push distance is extremely short. So all you really want on this map is cross spots. So that's not a good odds.
Lost Temple was like this, right? The bottom position and bottom left really close. I remember watching all kinds of Boxer games where he would just drop his opponents at 6 o'clock. Destroy them.
Yes.
It's strong. If you do it right, it's so annoying as a Protoss.
And back then it was like tank drops. You know, it wasn't really vulture mines. You drop 2 tanks, you siege them, and you aim for the probes.
I mean, you drop 2 tanks below and start shelling the gates and pylons in the mains, and you drop more under the cover, and you slowly just erase the Protoss main.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fun times.
That's yeah, maybe for the Terran.
Yeah, we have a Wowen for TTF. TTF isn't really much of a drop player, I would say. Maybe we'll see some on this map. He did pick Gorkaon today, so maybe we'll still see a drop play. I just never see him do that on ladder. So I will expect Dreamer to go for Robo.
You guys know how if you put a observer on top of a turret, the turret doesn't detect it, and that's like supposed to be. I've heard it called a glitch, and it's banned.
It's actually been
I don't think it's
banned.
banned.
Thank you, Pure Pat. But I was gonna ask, like, do we know for sure that Blizzard say that that's a glitch, or is it supposed to be part of the game?
I mean, it detects it, it just doesn't fire.
Yeah, exactly.
So how did we
I
know
don't-
that that was unintentional? Therefore,
But is it banned? Because it was never banned in Korean leagues. It's like one of those glitches that never was
Oh, am I
banned
wrong about
for
that?
Blizzard.
My impression was, I even remember back in the day, you don't do this. And I was always kind of curious about it. I never really asked.
I only know
And
about the
it's-
foreign scene, but it was banned, then it was unbanned, then it was banned, unbanned. It was like a back and
okay.
forth
I didn't know
from
that.
time to time. Like you can still attack it with like another unit or by spamming stop, I think, on the turret.
Yeah, you click one stop, I think, and it's gonna shoot it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, okay, Blizzard knows about stuff. They would fix it in a patch, but it was never fixed. So I thought it was
No.
intentional. If you can get an observer above the turret before it's made, it's fair game. Oh, missed shot.
I mean, these days the Terrans just scan and kill your first observer as it is best.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah.
Who even needs turrets? Just go for Goliath and skin.
Now, the drone floating to an island on Lost Temple, yeah, that was a glitch. I remember those
Yes.
days.
Okay, I don't really like this from Dreamer. And I like the Robo before range. What I don't like is range. Because, I mean, you can't really afford enough goons to make use of that range and probes and getting a Reaver. So I think you don't need range if you go for a quick Reaver unless you are going like all in with an elevator. But that's just me, I could be wrong. But yeah, we are getting zealots for the shuttle to go with the Reaver. Probably will be 2 zealots, so we are making a range for our 3 dragoons that we are not going to attack with probably.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. Or have something to distract the initial damage. And spider mines, potentially. Dreamer isn't even trying to expand. He really is hoping on doing a lot of damage with his Reaver.
Yeah. He's pretty sure that it's not going to be like a Wraith opener. Which it totally could be after the Wowen. Oh,
and
there is only 1 tank in the main, so it should be able to do damage. It's certainly going to come before the turret.
Yeah, the eBay sees the shuttle come in. I don't know if he's unsieging, but he could react a lot faster. Yeah, 1 shot on the Reaver and the first scarab.
Oh!
Was it a dot? Did it deal damage?
No. Oh, that one did.
Oh,
Wow.
Still, it could do significantly more damage if we didn't like drop the Reaver for the siege shot.
Oh, drop the Zealot first, right?
Yeah, drop the Zealot first, yeah.
I mean he did, but it wasn't in range
I
of
mean,
the
it
tank.
was still worth it because he got to kill the turrets and kill at a tank, so loading the Reaver is not terrible and forced it in C4, but he It would be much better if he had the Nexus done right now, not getting
Oh
goon
my
range,
God.
because actually he could attack from the front with those goons, and I'm pretty sure like I know a player like Snow would do it, and that's what you often see them. If they know how many tanks Terran can have at any given moment. So when that second tank came from the natural, he probably could harass the bunker with the goons. But just staying home, not good enough.
Yeah, he could have even run by the bunker. I mean, it's all the way on the left side. There's so much space on the right side that the bunker can't defend.
Yeah, true.
I think it's funny that he's actually trying to expand to the bottom left.
That's like
Yeah.
shows
That's,
confidence.
It's
yeah,
awesome.
it's like trying to sneak it in and hoping the Terran doesn't see it.
Yeah.
It's
love
going
it.
to be double shuttle, so I think he's just going for control the air approach. But yeah, there's going to be a turret ring and no shuttle speed anywhere.
No shuttle speed, one going for so much shuttle play.
But yeah, the TTF lost his economy lead because he cut a lot of SCVs to make this turret ring. Only now restarting, so almost a full minute.
He also lost his first eBay by flying it into
Yeah.
Dreamer space, and since the Dragoons weren't attacking the front, they were defending against the eBay attack.
Yeah, these two rears are just not two shuttles, not scary without the speed. The only like exposed point is maybe between the bunker and the turret, on the left and the right side where there is only one tank. But
That turret in the nitro?
yeah,
Just under
I
the
mean
gas,
the
right?
army is
Yeah.
army is following the shuttles, but the supply depots in the wall make it take like a long time around. So if he had speed, it would be extremely difficult to deal with.
I love how Dreamer's expansion is already discovered on
Oh,
eBay.
Yeah,
It's
that
too-
Ingwe
it's
was
too
looking
obvious.
for. Okay, he's going for it. Oh no, not going for it. And I like it because he doesn't have speed.
He's also still not
Ah.
getting speed, so
But because he's roaming so much with those two shuttles, he didn't get to transfer probes to his island.
yeah, that sets him back quite a bit.
It's almost like that base is not there.
TTF doesn't have a starport, right? Oh, there.
It's
It's almost
finished.
done. Okay, so he will probably go for dropships, put some siege tanks on the high ground, and then drop down a few and kill that expansion quite
I'm
soon.
pretty sure he will do that. I would like to see like 4 shuttles or something.
Yeah.
No pro production almost for Dreamer either, and only now starting shuttle speed. I think he can hold on to that base for a while. Problem is it didn't really pay off because he never brought any probes.
Well, if he puts down a lot of units, then he can definitely contest it for a while.
Yeah, but it's not bringing the benefits really.
I wonder if he's gonna drop on Dreamer's low ground and then like drop inside his main while providing cover with his tanks from the low ground. That was really popular on Lost Temple, and I think it was used a bit on Python in these positions.
Yep, I lost games to that.
Plenty.
It was very annoying to deal with. Oh, we have a engineering bay block on top left. That's good.
Okay, he's setting up.
Yep. Are we getting a second dropship? No, only just one. That might not be enough. We'll see. It's only goons in that shuttle, like goons in the river. You don't have to drop on the tank if you have ranged units.
Oh god.
No.
That's not how you're going to defend.
Well, I thought he could at least get his probes out of there with the shuttles, but then I saw that the shuttles were full of units, but now they're dead, so I guess he could. It looks like he's gonna waste more units trying to defend it.
It's a difficult choice. can always, it's always a gamble. You can take the space and hope that the Terran doesn't scout it. But if he does scout it, it's really easy for the Terran
It
to
means they're
push it.
going to put the E-base there to watch for drops. Like, there is no chance in hell the turn will not scout it. Now, if he took top right, that would be a ninja expansion.
Yeah, that would have been the 5-head play.
Is he gonna save it?
Probes are dead. It's not worth it at this point.
One. I think the Zealots are good because of the tank fire.
Yeah, but it's a lot of units to basically kill 2 tanks or something.
I don't like how he's making a probes from that Nexus. That Nexus is going to down, like, kill the tanks.
I like
One
it
more
actually.
probe down.
Very
Ambitious.
optimistic.
And the 4 good drops also are not, like, too
Oh, he
hard.
saves it.
Yeah. Now he needs to make a layer out of it so it would have more HP.
Yeah. Oh, and TTF found the 12 o'clock expansion. Trying to send some units there.
Now TTF has recovered his SCV production, so he's doing really well for himself now. And the dropship went down. And he immediately restarting for another dropship.
Oh no, that poor Reaver man.
Yeah, these
Good
are
up.
really expensive units to be sacrificing to tanks.
This is why I don't go for Reavers. Because they look exactly like that.
In this situation, it's hard to make use of them, I think, because TTF's not moving out with the main army to attack stuff. Well, maybe they could have been used here.
The natural for TTF is like wide open. If he just kind of dropped 3 shuttles there of units, it would erase the Mino line. You can't really run from Speed Shuttle Reaver.
Yeah, that's true.
Everything is at the back of his base. He even has his rally points at the back.
Yeah, like 12 is being killed by 2 tanks, so... And we're sending entire army to deal with it, which exposes everything else. So... Yeah.
Boom. And bottom left finally gets taken out. But the 12 o'clock Nexus died too, so Dreamer is still on 2 mining bases right now.
And a hidden base also for TTF, but the observer seems like it was
Oh.
scouted.
The drop keeps creeping forward into his main base. Now he's actually just mining from 1 base.
Yeah, but all of this kind of came at a cost, because we only have +1, and the Arbiter is coming. Like, there is no facility, so it's like cute to know the economic damage, but we are losing tanks, like, all this time. Like, 2 tanks here, 2 tanks here,
Yep.
2 tanks here.
Here we go.
So yeah, Terran has 4 tanks, 5 tanks total. Like, no, 6. 6 tanks on the map. And now it's 2 tanks, so like we have 3 tanks. We have good eco, but we have 3 tanks and no upgrades.
Yeah, but how much does Protoss have? He doesn't seem to have that much more either.
Now he has plenty guns, zealots, so he is. I mean, he is just. It's this position is recoverable for Protoss.
Oh no.
It's not over yet. He still make good use of arbiters, I guess.
Oh, he snipes the shuttle. I wonder
He
if there's
unloaded.
much in there.
I think he unloaded it before that. And the tanks are being chased.
Yeah, and another
Oh.
drop into Dreamer's main base.
It's
Was-
another tank.
Oh, he's getting the Tribuna.
There is nothing researching at least, but yeah, the goons are being stuck in the buildings. Still, there is a bust in the natural and stasis.
Here's the Khala attack.
His stasis is the
Yeah.
only tank, and so he's getting really good trades on the vultures.
The flying racks is the most valuable structure that Terran could ever
It
make.
is.
Way is better. Just saying, cheaper
Yeah,
and
but this-
semi-cheap or something. But yeah,
It's the best shield
so
battery
such-
for Terran.
Supply was ahead for Terran. Like the only, I think this was a great trade for Protoss, and he has map control to kill the hidden bases. The only thing that really went bad for Protoss was that he lost the Arbiter by the end. You really want to keep him alive. But yeah, he probably can even kill the 3 o'clock if he remembers about it. I think he scouted.
Looks like something is sitting just out of range.
I'm not sure if it ever got there. If not, then yeah, that would be unfortunate.
Well, he will notice once it starts mining, right? I think he can see the
Yeah.
bottom of the minerals. Oh
Yeah,
no,
I
there's
think he
something
sees
at
it now.
range.
Maybe.
These spawning
No
positions
reaction.
always create some really weird games, right? Because I think players just go drops, and it just takes the game in a weird direction.
I mean, it's a lot of older maps in general where you're not gonna come in with a good plan. There's going to be chaos from the beginning, and let's see where it takes us. Okay, he sees it, so TTF might use this opportunity to take the mineral only, or Dreamer is going to bust it immediately, and there is not enough tanks. The zealots are getting on the tanks. Oh, the D matrix is clutch.
Yeah.
I think you should just back off from here. You don't need. Oh, well, with the stasis you can continue, sure.
It's a perfect wall now with the stasis. But it's not a lot of Terran units.
It's still killing the tanks, so yeah.
Yep. The problem is that the new reinforcements are going to be on the high ground.
He's just delaying the base here. He doesn't need to like kill the turn here. He needs to, yeah, he's transferring his probes to the 4th, and so long as he actually kills this hidden base now, he's in a great position because the tank count will reset again, and the main is mined out, and the mineral is going to, the natural is going to be mined out soon.
Yeah, if he actually kills it. 2 zealots.
Yeah, you don't need to send you into our army though. That SCV was really cute. I know I would send like 4 goons there and they would never get up.
Yeah, true. The SCV is just a little bit higher on the ramp. It's just GG for the goons. Yeah, but he's sending all of his goons over there now.
Okay,
He knows
there
he
are
can't do
vultures
anything into
killing.
that.
12 o'clock once again. 14 kills on those 2 vultures. What a disgusting thing.
Dreamer has no probes at
Nice.
all.
Yeah, because his transfer got killed by 2 vultures.
Yeah, he's down to 25.
Oh my god, this command center is going to take the island, isn't it?
Well, he can't. There's a mineral
Oh
patch.
yeah, sure. Modern maps are good. Modern.
Yeah. Well, those vultures at 12 o'clock, they could actually just run around the minerals and go to the top right behind the minerals and kill a few more probes. Just out of range of the cannons. Oh, he's taking the mineral only now. You know, TTF could have actually taken the bottom left after successfully sieging it down.
I
But
mean,
he
the
never
arbiters
did.
have been out for a while. It would be really vulnerable to recall.
Well, no, yeah. But if he had taken it right away, he could have gotten a lot of mining time out of it, I think.
Probably. I mean, he was taking a hidden base, so...
Yeah. Sadly, that didn't work out very well.
transfer from between those 2 bases. He's almost due that vulture into cannon fire. Once again, we see like army of 12 goons going to kill 2 vultures. That's what kind of is, for a large part, is costing Dreamer these games. When he's moving too many forces to deal with a small destruction track.
Yeah.
You don't want to redo your hotkeys, maybe? No. Well, that's what you do. You use patrol.
Select with the mouse. Yeah, I mean, just select with the mouse.
I mean, you can 1 click and then shift deselect 2 units and press Control 1 again, and it's done. And then you just have 2 goons out of your base, out of your control groups that will move there.
It's actually pretty good to have 4 goons on a separate hotkey to use for like to order for base denials. Like, see, there's an SCV on the bottom right. Like, it's something Devolt, for example, is doing almost every game. You see him with 4 goons and Observer in the random places on the map.
Yeah, it's actually really good.
Those 2 turrets killed an Arbiter.
Yeah, that poor Arbiter. And after it died, it also got EMP'd, just to add salt to the
but
ground.
the dropship died as it was returning.
Terran's like mined out, guys.
Yeah, he got the middle only, so he's not dead. And he did take the island, but it was spotted. Because Dreamer never got to recover his economy past like 40 probe mark, his natural still is pretty healthy.
Yeah, that's one way to stay healthy. Just don't make props.
I mean, he was making probes, he just kept getting killed.
Yeah.
There's like a proxy factory making a tank in his overclock, so we can all see what kind of player TTF is. He probably really loves maps like Python.
Yeah. Dreamer actually dropped top right while also losing the cannons in his natural at the 12 o'clock and once again losing a bunch of probes that are getting transferred.
Yeah, and he's once again bringing his entire army, and this time, for example, TTF could contain his
Oh my god,
natural,
what?
which he really wanted to.
He just stasis those 8 or 7 vultures. That's crazy.
The Terran army, he has 2-0 right now, and honestly, I don't see the Protoss stopping a push. Especially not when his army is like all over the place. Like, sure, TTF is not in a position to rebuild this army, but
Yeah.
it's kind of unstoppable at the moment.
He could just attack because most of the
I
units are
don't
12
like
o'clock.
this. I don't like how he continues on the Vulture harass. Like, that's one thing I don't like. It was working great, sure. If you're on one base, those Vultures are not replaceable. You don't want to
Yeah.
trade like 80 minerals for 100 minerals when your opponent mines 3 times more than you do.
Yeah, you need to cherish every single unit.
He's taking bottom left, but I don't want to see Dreamer charge into the siege line.
He's got enough to hold a push, right? He's got status.
Right now, kinda, yeah, he has like... Python is very open, so that's what he has going for
Yeah, he's
him.
got 2 arbiters.
Can
What
have
he
like
needs
a
to
good
do-
arc.
Yeah, what he needs to do is just camp. Camp behind the turrets, spider mines.
Oh,
He doesn't
no.
have any
Choose the
vultures
bottom
left.
Are you gonna recall in
No.
there?
Yep.
He didn't need to recall that much. That will trigger the push obviously, but I'm not sure if he can defend after that. Like, that was expensive energy on the arbiter. Like, you don't want to recall before the SUVs are there. He had the shuttle.
Oh no. Okay, so the status went towards...
Yeah,
Nothing.
we have no more arbiter energy. Oh god. I think it's almost pure goon and a lot of them are away.
Oh, that last one.
It's 2-1 Terran, but maybe he holds.
That
I
wasn't
mean,
bad at all, guys.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
was pretty bad, but it was still enough.
I mean, the fight was even, but TTF
Wow.
doesn't have the resources to stay.
Did it.
And it's GG. What's the score? It's 3-1,
3-2.
4-1,
3-2 now.
3-2, okay. Oh yeah, it's on the stream, my bad.
I wonder what
It's all
map TTF will pick.
Yeah, that's what I was
Seems to
thinking.
know exactly what he's doing. He doesn't want no standard maps. He's here to win it.
We got Blue Storm, guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what do you
That's,
think? Like,
This-
proxy factory is going to float into the main, or a tank push that will siege outside the natural?
yeah,
Probably
that one,
the second one.
most likely. I get flashbacks just from looking at Bluestone.
Yeah. I want Dreamer to go for 21 Nexus. Just with a 2-gate version.
Okay,
Maybe you should
so...
go,
Go
sorry,
ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I like hearing
Well,
your voice.
I like talking about the authors of the map. The person who made this, his name is Earth Attack. He's my favorite map maker because of how many maps, popular ones he's made. So he's made Circuit Breakers. He's made Plasma, which you might not like. He's made Destination. He's made Matchpoint. He's made Pathfinder. He made Optimizer. He made... What's that new map in ASL? Hidden Track? And many, many other maps as well. El Nino, Holy World, Great Barrier Reef, Chain Reaction, Outsider, Battle Royale, Acro, Andromeda.
You made Andromeda, okay.
Troy. Isn't that crazy? Like, he's made so many maps.
That's an insane lineup. It's just the pitches that I hate, like 70% of them.
Yeah.
If I was a Terran, I would love 70% of them. So
I think what happened was it took him, and Rosa Dream is another person who's made a lot of maps, a lot of making of maps to kind of get to the point where they made a Fighting Spirit or Circuit Breakers and standardized map making.
Those maps are pretty good. It's just like for almost all of them, you can name like one twist that's really good for Terran. Not much else. So
I mean,
I see a pattern there.
StarCraft is pretty good for Terran, so there's that.
Yeah, Blue Storm is always the Zerg map, so just don't have one today.
Yeah, just make Zerglings GG.
I mean, Mutalisk is also a pretty good unit.
And you don't even get that far. Yeah, but
Okay,
TTF
we
is
have
walling
Zealot.
in.
And we have a Z. And TTF has rolled in almost every game so far. So this Zealot, it's not going to help Dreamer. And I expect to see like a 2-fact, and then you just curse yourself, why did I make a Zealot?
Latias, he's the map maker who made Neosulfid and Eclipse. He also made Ascension, which is a new map in ASL. We did an interview with him.
That's a Protoss player because all of those 3 maps are really good for Protoss.
I think like they're really standard maps that a lot of people love, Neosulfid and Eclipse. But when I asked him about Ascension, he said basically he asked Earth Attack, who made Blue Storm, whether he could make a 3-play version of this map. So do you guys see similarities between Blue Storm and Ascension?
Yeah.
Nope. Don't.
Really? That's what everyone in my team said. Oh, it's a 3-player Blue Storm when the map was revealed.
Interesting, interesting. Okay, we have a proxy factory, so it was going to be this and not a 2-fact from the... Maybe he'll use the proxy factory as a distraction with vultures, then siege the HRO. So that's not out yet.
Yeah, why not both, right?
I really hate how he didn't make a single marine. I guess this Zealot is actually paying off right now. The time there is a marine to deal with it or tank, it's gonna deal more than 100 damage.
Yeah. It's a really greedy play by TTF, but he has to do it to get the second factory up.
I see you can make one more, just cut an extra CV. Yeah. Okay, so it's a vulture. Here we go. But I mean, you have to suspect it when your opponent picks this map.
Yeah, and the Protoss goes for proxy gates as well. 3 proxy gates. Oh my god.
Wow. Oh, it's siege mode, so it's not mines. And I mean, siege mode, if the depot is not being creeped. What's bad is that he's probably going to move out with all his dragoons.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
only
going
has
for a
one
bust,
close.
so... Yeah, and TTF is banking vultures before one game. Even getting 3, not just 2 for one shot. It's really interesting. Oh, he's waiting for more.
Yeah, it's smart. He probably wants more and more dragoons to leave the main base. And it's working.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't know they're leaving.
Yeah, but you expect them to be at the front, right?
Not really. Could be just one good scouting and the rest from, so, but yeah. It still came in way before a possible drop, so nothing to defend. Oh my god. Dragoon, why are you so stupid? Okay, they barely got the tank because one of the goons was being extremely stupid. They
What
still
is
cannot.
surprise?
Yeah, he needed to break the wall
So-
and get in, but he wasn't firing really. There was going to be a second tank. There is no mines. I only started, so he needs to be focusing SCVs. Now he has a lot of goons, but the tank will come out. Okay, maybe he'll bust, maybe he'll bust. Why did he pull the SCVs away? This might cost him the game. Nope. No. And staying so long is also a bit of a mistake, but yeah, it's 8 probes until against 17 SCVs. That's a bit too much of an economy difference. He even has 2 command centers to rebuild them. Yeah, he
Problem
had
is
to.
that- Sorry.
I was just saying he had to kill the depot. That's it.
Yeah, but he didn't. Just too much repairing, and he couldn't reinforce his units anymore since he wasn't mining at all after that bullshit tank.
I think like 3 goons were staying there too long, then the reinforce didn't like go there immediately but stayed a bit too long. And I mean some decision making on whether to target the SCVs repairing or the depot. It's a hard top call to make anyway. Yeah, now
Yes.
he's contained it in his main.
Yeah, spider mines in the main base. And I think he puts a factory back down into the main base, so
Yeah,
he can
he's
just
making more.
keep reinforcing directly.
Yeah, he's just making more tanks one by one, so there's
And
going to
Dreamer's
be a
still,
second tank.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Dream-
he's going for
Dreamer
the
keeps
barracks.
mining gas while he has 500 gas. Could use those for minerals. Oh, he got the barracks. Now there's only 3 SCVs, 4 SCVs blocking, 3.
I
Getting
mean,
one
he killed the
tank.
tanks. He killed all the tanks. That
Yeah.
might be it. That might be it. Oh, there's one more tank. Kinda.
Come on, you have to move. Too many good
There's going
things.
to be one more later. Is he mining with his main? He is. The mines are out, but he's reinforcing more. I think he's got it.
He's killing so
I
many
think-
SCVs.
Yeah. Yeah, but.
Tank is about
Yeah.
to finish.
And he killed the barracks to do that.
Yeah,
Not the depot.
yeah. This is over, GG.
Yeah,
Not
oh my
much you can
god,
do.
it's such a comeback. This is like the longest game.
Yeah,
Don't expect a second attempt.
exactly. Especially after killing all the economy.
Yeah.
GG.
It's not like he made more goons and tried. He just waited for a bit for more tanks to be made and just went for it because these cities weren't in position.
Yeah, that's how they get to you. If you don't have any SCVs to repair, you can't repair, right?
It's like ogres are gaming. You know, like when they try to kill you with mules.
Yeah, I saw the cast from Tasteless and that tells us. It was a good invention. I guess Protoss can do it too.
Yeah, I mean, Terran can do it too,
Oh.
like in the longest game.
The next map is really interesting. Estrella.
Oh, that map.
This is actually the map.
don't remember it.
This is the map I thought about earlier when I said that on some maps you build all the buildings on the low ground. First map I thought of was this one, because it's really one of those maps where this always happened. You would
Okay.
just expand on the low ground, have like one gate and the robo on the high ground, and then just keep making all your gates on the low ground.
Alright guys, Rosa Dream made this map. He also made Fighting Spirits, Tower Cross, and many others that are in the BWG's weekly map pool.
Okay, it's a nice island map, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything is connected
Same
except
island.
for the main base.
Ah, So yeah, I guess there are multiples of those.
Yeah.
For TTF to pick, that must be discouraging for the Dreamer.
It's funny because Dreamer keeps trying to pick like the normal standard maps, and then TTF is trying to pick these island weird maps.
He knows exactly what he's picking. Basically, Dreamer is saying that the games are like the maps, so crazy. He's not happy. He
Sounds
can tell.
about right. Yeah, he keeps a good sense of humor, but he gets really frustrated playing on new maps, and he made me realize how challenging it is for players to play on old maps or even new ones, especially if they're very different from, you know, the Neil Silphid, Eclipse, Polypoids, Fighting Spirits.
Yeah, it does make a huge difference, especially the first couple of games that you play. You just play so much worse than usually.
I've heard people say, you know, Fighting Spirit is Protoss favored or this or that, but really I think there's only a handful of maps that all the races could agree are the closest thing we can get to balance, or, you know, everybody's familiar enough with the maps to be able to play on them. The Fighting Spirits, Circuit Breakers, Polypoids.
Yeah.
Because if you don't talk about those maps, what else do you got? And that's what I ask those people too who say, you know, Fighting Spirit is Protoss favorite. I say, well, what about Eclipse? What about Polypoid, Neil Silphid? And they'll say it favors one race slightly more, but they can't give me an example of a map that is, in their view, like the perfectly balanced standard map.
It's like a imbalance, it's like a very slight imbalance, like, I don't know, 3-5%. It's like not something big anyway, so it's imbalance with air quotes.
I see.
Also, I've never heard anyone say Fighting Spirit is Protoss favorite.
It's pretty Terran favorite, I would say.
Yeah, because the map is so old and so well played out that it favors Terran, because they know just exactly how to do everything on the map. Every building, they know exactly where to place it for maximum capacity.
Like
That
a recent
applies for all
example,
races.
Eon Zerg played Larva. I don't know if you guys watched that, and Larva picked Protoss, and Eon Zerg was Zerg. And after he lost, sorry for the spoiler, he said, you know, let's play a map that's not Protoss favored. And Larva immediately said, Polypoid? Polypoid?
Yeah, but I mean, Fighting Spirit is good for Protoss against Zerg. I mean, for sure, it has an easy to defend herd base with a guess. Like, you cannot ask for more, realistically. So it's not in every matchup. Like, it's the same way as it's Protoss favorite in PvZ, it's Terran favorite in PvP. Well, or I mean, some Terrans would never agree to that, but it's at least even. So.
Yeah, well, when you look at the map statistics on Liquipedia, and I know there might be issues with that because it depends on who played, what their skill level is, but usually the popular maps, they have like a 50-50 ratio somewhere around there. It's never...
Yeah. They also have good sample size.
Yeah.
Something that a lot of other maps have.
I know you said that you really like Neo Silphid CRVT.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a Protoss map, but it's an interesting map that's not like clearly unbalanced in some way. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's a really good
You
map,
can
actually.
have a third guess if you want to, it's just not a great base. You can have a mineral only that's easier to defend and has more patches. It's a 3-player map, so the splitting goes really weird. I mean, it's just a good map, good design.
I know DeWalt once said that he really liked 2-player maps, and I wonder if it's because Protoss can do a lot of different things early on 2-player maps when you know where your opponent is. Like, you can block the natural, you can block the third from being made with the pylon, you can proxy gate, you can steal the gas. Are there other reasons why a Protoss or DeWalt might like 2-player maps?
I mean, Protoss, I would say, is a bit lacking in terms of information availability to them and scouting. So just energy, you know, Protoss is, I guess, the most constrained by minerals in the early game. So just having opportunity to either scout late and find them on the first try, it's already worth a lot. But options to steal the gas from the Terran and stuff like that is also worth a lot. But first compare, like, I don't know, Voyage Expand double probe scouting on a 4-player map or scouting later and with just one probe. Or for gate expansion, I don't know, you could know where they're taking the turret and block it, stuff like that. So it's certainly, I would say, that 2-player maps are generally pretty good for Protoss. But also, I mean, Protoss' weak matchup is against Zerg, and 2-player maps are easier to split. So you kind of have some more advantage in your worst matchup, I would say.
Unless it's benzene.
Yeah, unless
this-
it's benzene.
the split always goes into the Zerg's favor.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, but it has a lot of reasons why. So the long rush distance, the easy to harass bases, and the high ground pots in the middle that you can get lurker contained on. So
Yeah, it's also special maps where it's like a
so
bit
once
different to the
again we
normal ones.
have this time an expansion by Dreamer with his shuttle, so he's immediately transferring the probes before getting the rear. That I like. What I don't like is the 2 gateways. Like, you're not even going to produce from them and you're not scouting, so why are we making 2 gateways? I don't agree with that. I guess he's going to elevate now, which is fine, but if you're elevating, you're not really scouting your opponent, you still don't know where to go. Now
I didn't
this
like
drop
what's
might catch him off guard. Go ahead.
His shuttle scout. He saw the blinking starport and he immediately
never
ran
mind.
away.
Never mind.
He didn't check
Okay.
for the 2
Yeah,
factories.
I was too distracted. Alright, and he's blocking the drop then pretty well. So he dropped 2 goons for the natural to protect it, not to like attack anywhere. Oh, but the line was open. Yeah. See, and if this map was something you practiced for, I don't know, 300 games, you would have like that pylon on the right side blocking the middle line.
Yeah.
Probably. It's hard to make good walls against vulture drops without playing hundreds and hundreds of games on like each location.
Yeah. It's an art of itself. In itself. Anyway, Dreamer has expanded, but TTF does not have an active expansion yet. Is he building? What is he building at the bottom of his base? So that's just an eBay.
No, just an eBay. Yeah,
No
as much
CC.
damage as those vultures did, it was not enough to overcome the late command center. And I'm really surprised he didn't go for just command center lift.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll do significant damage on the natural because there's only 3 goons. The problem for him is those goons can be reinforced by a river pretty quickly. So this attack is kinda banking that Dreamer won't micro the river well.
Yeah. And he's adding
Maybe
a
he's
cannon in
just
his
expanding.
mineral line.
Oh yeah, then he can leave with most of the goons from his main. Can still be.
Yeah.
I think he got the drop actually, the dropship. So if he scouts, yeah, he has an option to move more goons. It's natural. And the observer might scout the quick movement as well. But it might be not an attack, but just taking. No, he's attacking, of course. Are we bringing more goons down? Oh, he's going to harass. That's like the worst point in time to do it. And that's
It
how
is.
you often lose the games as Protoss. We went out with the river as the Terran was getting in position to siege your natural.
Oh, that's a big
You-
scarab.
It's hard to
Another
run with the
big
probe
scarab.
Terra.
It's beautiful. Oh, give us another one.
I think
he's
he'll
going
stay
for
with the
the
river
first.
here this time. Ah, the CV glitched the river and the scarab got stuck. Ah, okay. Well, the
TTF is
natural
not
for Protoss
mining.
is dead.
But yeah,
Use
he's
two
sieging
command
it.
centers. He has 2 command centers to rebuild, and the shuttle died, so all the units are stuck for Protoss in the main.
Plus, he's only on 2 gates, so,
I
right?
mean, he has the armies, she just
Yeah.
cannot move it out. I mean, he's going for arbiter attack. It's like your opponent is 1 base all-winning you. You don't need an arbiter.
Yeah, this feels kind of weird. feel like you should have just made like 2 or 3 gateways on the low ground so you can defend everything easily.
Yes, or multiple shadows.
No way.
I think at this point probably go for the counter damage in the main again, but with 4 zealots, probably not. Maybe he'll just, yeah, he will unload out of sight, so he had some map presence, and maybe he can delay the natural command center from landing. If he clears this army cost efficiently, then he can still come back in it. But it's just vultures and there's a cannon, so... But he still didn't block the top of the, line. There's still enough units to clear it. Oh, he's going for goon drops in the shadow. He just proposes those.
Oh, those vultures are killing a bunch of crows.
Yes, it's really hard to not let vultures kill probes if they got in position, because you cannot mirror walk them from the island. So they get stuck if you just move command them. That's what happened.
But TTF's second command center is just sitting idle for so long. He's not
He's
lifting
gonna
it,
land
he's
it
not
now.
making SCVs. Yeah, he
Was
could have
making
at least
SCVs
done
with
that.
it. Oh, he made like 5 SCVs with it, so he was very low after the river. Like 16, it's 26 now.
What was this map called?
That's true.
Yeah. So this is all of these maps are his, correct? Oh, okay. Well, I meant for this show match because I know he's made like four of them so far, right?
Yeah, so he's a big name. We're talking about Rosa Dream, guys. Provide a link in the Twitch chat if you want to check out what maps he's made. He's retired. They're trying to get him for an interview. After Fighting Spirit, he was like, I'm done. I'm joking,
Yeah.
but you could retire after you make a map like that.
Yeah, a map that's played for 10 years straight.
And a paradigm shifter, because all other maps, are influenced by that. And, Luna, Lost Temple, Python, they're all kind of in that spirit of changing the way maps in the game developed.
So we had science facility before +1 and before academy. I kinda wonder why. So one thing that Dreamer has going for him is that TTF is going to mine his main out faster. So while he has 34 SCVs, soon he will not have patches to make use of them. Checking around the map for like hidden bases. There's marine here, marine there, mine, dropship flew through the other bases, so know exactly where the Dreamer is at.
So what can Dreamer do, or is he fucked?
Well, he has the armature tag going for him, so I would say just utilize that. It's pretty fucked because just look at the rush distance between the Terran natural and the Protoss natural. It's a couple. It's 2 screens. It's literally 2 screens. So if TTF ever feels like pushing, it will be very hard to stop.
Hey, getting that science facility was actually a huge deal. So now if he just picks off the one vessel, he doesn't have EMP if I'm correct on that.
Yeah,
I don't agree with him getting recall though either first.
Where is the vessel? Okay, here this is the natural.
Yeah, it just made.
Our recall is almost done, but we don't have the energy for a while.
Yeah, he shouldn't have had recall. He should have made Stasis, I think.
Actually, one of them is almost there, right?
I mean, he's going to get both.
140. So he can actually go and recall.
Wait, yeah. Oh yeah, he can. If he recalls now, it can do something because he's going to kill like all the
I don't
defense,
know,
but-
guys. It's all mines and stuff. I think stasis is your best friend, just to buy time.
Yeah, I agree.
He's on a worse economy. Buying time for him is making it worse. Like all he gains is arbiter energy, which is good, but it's not that good.
Well, recalling where the tanks are maybe like twice, and maybe killing.
Oh, I think he needs to wait for turn to like unlock everything at the bottom, drop into the main, kill the main, stasis the vessel, and like then there is only one scanner, and then he can hold his base. Pretty much something like that. Only way I can
What?
see it.
Oh, I
Okay.
don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all.
Counter-attack. Oh, he has.
He recalled
Okay.
his army into
Yes.
Oh,
the
never
map.
mind. He still has one stasis.
And
Maybe
Yeah, I'm not sure
fewer
what's up.
clicks. Yeah. I don't know.
I
man.
like this spread. I mean, it's not super effective unless he's actually pushing out, but it looks pretty at least. It gives some vision in case vultures get on the map.
Yeah, the good thing about moving out is showing map presence, and it might scare the Terran into not attacking right now. And if the Terran would have attacked, he would have probably won because he's ahead in supply right now.
The working count disparity is huge, though. Like,
Oh, he has the arbiter count, so if they don't get TMP'd, and TMP will be soon, and there will be 200 energy soon on the vessel. Kinda fine, but the turn is taking a third base, so. And while Dreamer also took it. I'm not sure. I think TTF just likes harassing a lot. If he's not doing like an early timing, he'll probably will be just harassing you all game until he feels like he can make a dead push. It's like, I don't know, fantasy style more.
Maybe we'll see 2 recalls.
There's like a lot of mines in a lot of places.
But not a lot of turrets, so the Arbiter can just fly wherever it wants, really.
Yeah, but no, I mean, the issue is that you need to get an observer in there to see where the mines are.
That's how you lure the arbiters. You don't make any turrets, and you just lay a bunch of mines, and you're like, "Welcome. This is a perfect recall place for you. Come on in." You recall,
going
and
for it.
everything dies.
There's one arbiter on the right and it flew over mines, so it's gonna get impeded. And it's been impeded.
Bye bye.
We only have one stasis now for 3 arbiters.
He sends the other over. Imagine if this one is getting EMP too now.
Okay, so we transfer the most of the probes from the main.
Okay, he's going in with his Arbiter now.
Oh god.
It's a lot of new turrets, so
Here we
he
go,
needs
guys.
to recall fast, and it's
Oh my god.
And I
Actually-
think right now he's just gonna move the progress natural.
that one. Oh, man. That hurt.
He killed the vulture.
he killed a
The
bunch of
turret.
mines.
Turret and the vulture, so that's worth it, right? Now he needs
Yeah.
to make another recall to get that army from his main.
Poor Dreamer.
Yeah, I mean, TTF just can support about. So he has like he can support like 3 factories, and he has 2 on the low ground and 3 in the main. So where he needs to make units, he's just making them in that place.
What do you guys think on these maps? Like, it's really frustrating. You have a huge army in your main and you can't get them out. Do you just build your gateways, factories, or main buildings outside of your main? Like,
Yes,
yeah.
that's what you usually do on this map. But I mean, Dreamer is on what, 4 or 5 gates in total?
So feeling that against
Yeah,
TTF
4
on
gates.
maps like this, you probably want to just So, like, full gate, 6 bases. Because if it's gonna take 20 minutes for TTF to attack, then you probably can take entire map. And so, what I mean by that is, like, Dreamer is taking this 4th base, he absolutely cannot defend it, but he's not being pushed, so maybe it will work out. It's like what he needs to have any chance of coming back after the failed recall.
Well, he successfully defended his 3rd base with a recall, so that's another 150 energy used up.
Yeah, he has no energy and no army, so for like past 5 minutes, almost any point when TTF would want to attack, he could end the game. So if he goes now, then it will be probably over. If he waits for like, well, he's going now, so never mind.
The armies are about the same supply, but Dreamer's
There
army
is
is
no
spread out
energy.
all over the place. Yes, some of
He
it at
had
9
like
o'clock, some at
6
12.
stages now. I see 2. Oh, there's some in the main, yeah. I only see 2 arbiters. Where's the 3rd one? Okay, it's the bottom. Yeah, but yeah, for 3 arbiters he has 1 stages. Yeah, he cannot stop this army.
I wish he took top left instead of this base that's closer to Terran.
Yeah, top left and top right.
Does he know that top left is a base that you can take? Like, imagine if you play on this map for the first time. You just take whatever you see base, you take it. It's gonna take too long to find another one.
Just did another recall.
Yeah, I
right
love
versus
these
Terran
recalls. The lazy
Well,
man's recall.
Or are you
Go,
tuning to blue goo?
let's go, Dreamer. Look at that.
army. Yeah, he's actually going to
Kill the
some-
vessel. Aim the tanks. Get on 'em.
Kill everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually cleaned it up successfully.
Yeah, but he's
What
not
if?
mining.
Oh no, I know he's suiciding the last of his units.
Everything
I mean, to
I'm
be
so
fair, he wasn't
sorry.
really
I'm not
mining that
laughing
much.
at Dreamer, guys. I thought that was a moment where he's coming back and winning the game, and then suddenly he like taps out. So
It was his last goons. He couldn't remake any. The 204 base got cleaned.
this map is so frustrating for Dreamer. I can feel it.
I mean,
Yeah,
look at the
it's-
supply, the probes.
I don't think those like 6 goons would make a difference.
Yeah,
I would be so pissed off as Dreamer right now. I would probably pull off a proxy. Just saying.
He's got to look for a standard map first.
I guess you need to know where to put the proxy.
I don't even know how to pronounce this map. Who made this? Sengama.
Gamer gewonnen. Oh no way! Can you click on the image, please?
Oh yes. This was made by Rosa Dream, guys, and
Yeah.
Valkyrie.
I hate
I would
this
not
map.
pick this map against TTF. This is like asking to be.
I think he ran out of maps to choose, man. Right?
Oh,
He
really?
picked Luna, he got Python, Longinus. As many normal maps as he could find.
Yeah.
This map probably looked normal compared to the last one he played, right?
I guess more or less. I don't know. I would prefer.
Compared to the
stronger
last
ones.
one, for sure. Yeah, compared to the last one, for sure. I want to sit well next, to be honest.
I think normal for him is like, can I get out of my main without shuttles or recall?
Is there a ramp?
his standards are dropped.
8 minute patch main, so we know what year the map was made on.
Yeah, this is an old map.
2003 or whatever.
Okay, so in the top right we got Dreamer as a green once again Protoss, and in the bottom right TTF as the Terran. Now what's interesting about this map is that you have a natural base, but behind the natural base there's a high ground that anyone can get on through a ramp that's in front of your natural, and another ramp to get out of behind your natural base. So anyone can really run up there and just kill your probes or SCVs, depending.
Yeah, it would be tolerable, I guess, in PvT, but in PvZ, I just want to kill myself.
Yeah,
Just
PvZ
imagine
on this
trying
map.
to defend against Hydras.
You have to play one base on this map in PvZ.
Yeah, but look at the distance from the command center or nexus to ramp.
Depends on your position, I believe, right? Because this map doesn't have reverse ramps
I
because
think
it's so old.
almost all of them are pretty long.
I didn't look at the bottom left one. I think that's the most humane one. It's also the one used in that, what is the map called? Fantasy or something? Where they merged 4 maps together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the bottom left part of that map is taken from this map.
Oh, and Dreamer gets a bottom gazer as well, so fun times.
Oh yeah, that's also terrible.
Even looks further away than normal actually, like 1 extra hex. Or is it just me?
Yeah, it looks like it, but it's probably not. But it's still slower mining, so you need 4 probes.
I'm wondering if it's like 5.
That would be just.
No.
That would be terrible.
Yo, you just go for 3 gate speed.
Yeah.
I think TTF is kind of vulnerable against 12 Nexus because in almost every game he either delayed his first Marine a lot or he went for the last scout and he pretty much always went for the Wowen. So if I was in Dreamer shoes, I would certainly in 12 Nexus this game. And I would get first scouted, but I mean that's just life. Just something I see, like a lot of 2 factory play or siege command center and not enough Marines.
Our problem is always that it's 8 mineral patches. So any usual timings that you know, it's just not gonna work the same.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine like trying to do a modern type expansion with the bunker. You expect to like cut 1 CV for the depot or for a tank or whatever. And turns out you cannot do that. You actually end up cutting 3 and then your build just wasn't worth it at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, TTF is going for a siege expand by the looks of it.
I guess it's the safest you can do, and the siege tanks actually can really reach that ramp.
Yeah. Did you see he just now pretty much has changed his build? So he saved up 400 minerals and decided to make a depot and a tank for the command center. I'm not sure if it was like based on scouting, probably not, but maybe it was because something was off because of the mineral patches.
Yeah, maybe it's or that he saw the goon in the middle of the map, one of those probably.
That means it doesn't really. You get command center, you get tank, you get siege, but it will be good against what Dreamer is doing, I guess. The 2 gate. Okay, so Dreamer is going for either very safe or a bust, but the CV is gonna sneak in through that ramp.
Oh my god.
At this point, I'm like screaming
Yeah.
about the maps. Yeah. I'm cutting walkers, going 2 gate robo, and there is an SCV going through the ramps that normally doesn't exist.
Yeah. Just the way you like it. Have your two goons right there, and then he just sneaks by.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a vulture.
Yeah, at least.
Could be worse. I
There's
guess at that point you...
There's
Oh,
one pylon at behind the natural base of TTF.
watching for drops, I don't know.
Either he's blocking or he's cheesing, but I suspect just blocking.
What are you going to cheese with when you have 2 gates already and an observatory coming? Like, I do go 4 gate, but it will take so long to make an attack.
Look at the Bluestone game. 3 proxy
True.
gates.
Yeah, okay, true.
He's creative.
Oh, he's gonna harass, I guess. Where's the Mino line? Oh no, he's just... yeah.
Oh my god. He just walks in from the back.
Goons aren't vultures, so... yeah, 2 goons for 1 tank, not worth. He's delaying the mining, which is decent, but he's not even trying to start a command center, and the tank count is building up.
Yeah, leaving
The
those
goons
tanks
would
on the
buy
high
just-
ground was good. Okay, second factory is up and there's no nexus yet for Dreamer.
Yeah.
I think these old maps are really good for someone like Bonnet who likes Reaver play because it's hard to establish a turret ring, I think, on a lot of these old maps. And
Yeah,
Reavers could just fly in from all directions.
He would have a field day. It's true, like, for a lot of maps, not necessarily old maps. For a lot of modern maps like that, you would normally wouldn't like in the matchup. Like, for example, Optimizer in PvT. You don't like it because there's like a free gas. I won't drop about third, but a player like Bonif would love it. So, like, the things that make a lot of maps difficult for parties against Terran often make it good for Reavers or Carriers. If it's not Reavers, then it's Carriers.
That kind of is a balancing act. As long as you're good with those units.
The difficult point is that if you play like 4 hours a day, you probably are not good with everything.
Play more CRVT.
I mean, I don't mean like day to day. I mean, like, it's often people go play for longer, but if you take on average like every day, including weekends, I don't think anyone almost plays more than 4 hours a day.
Well, you guys are AS rank, which is, you know, the highest that you can get, and you're probably part of what, like 2% of the whole Brood War playing population that can reach that rank. I think overwhelming majority don't even play the game; they just watch it, like me. And those who play it are like, you know, D, C rank, B. They can't even get to A, let alone S.
Alright, so surprisingly enough, Dreamer has secured his natural, and he's like on a decent economy compared to Terran. He has his content going, so this game he didn't get harassed. Let's see if he can make anything happen with the Reaver, but he doesn't really have to.
No, I think if he manages to secure his third base and he keeps the push from coming out, or any kind of vulture arrest, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he did get a
Terran-
third base on the top.
Yeah, Terran opted to go Goliath for holding off the Reavers, so I think he'll be alright. He can take a third right now, no problem. And Dreamer's supply block. Ah, there we go.
He lost the pylon.
Yeah. Got some
So
pros.
yeah, TTF is trying to take this base, but Dreamer, I see he sees it with an ops. Why isn't he killing it with a shuttle? Like, there's no reason to let this happen. You really want to delay the third base from happening in this point of time as Protoss. That's like your entire game plan. I don't like this move to bring your entire army home. It's good when like you're about to get vulture harassed, I guess, and you want to protect the transfer of probes, but you need to use the Reaver to delay this third command set. Like, Look at it. He has one turret protecting it. And the vultures are getting in.
You know what? I hate that he lost pros. Man, that was a good block.
Yeah. And one
Oh,
probe
wow.
even survived.
He saved himself a lot of heartache, man.
Yes. And he even transferred the probes to the third. Meanwhile, the problem is he's not ahead because the Terran is taken third on location. You cannot let that happen.
And
To go
TTF
for
is
a
scouting the third base.
There is another vulture there, and of course the cannon is not done. It might kill like 5 probes easily. Maybe all of them. But this is what you don't do. Don't bring your entire gun force to kill one vulture because your natural is entirely exposed for the second wave of vultures.
Yeah.
Or Terran can't secure his third base properly.
Yeah, I really feel like the Reaver should have went to that third base to harass him a little bit so that SCV
Yeah.
could have come down.
Or protect the third base. Like what it shouldn't be doing is like following the army.
How many Dragoons do you make until you start pumping out a lot of Zealots?
I make like 16, 12. But that's me. And I play Zealot heavy style.
So you always
If you
want to
go-
have 12 to 16 Dragoons?
At least you almost never want less, because you need that many to just not die to vultures. Like with 12 you can secure like 2-3 passages. With 16 to 20 you can also have some goons clearing the mines on the map. If you have like 36 or like 3 groups, then you are aiming for like a engage with you where you make a big arc on the map, because half or over half your army is goons. So that's something we rarely see, but players like Oya do it a lot. Yeah, less than 12, you're probably just going to get killed by vultures. Yeah, I really don't like it. So what we see is like 8 gate, 3 base, arbiter attack from Dreamer. The problem is that to be even in the game, he needs a 4 base. Like he's defending Harris decently well, and the Reaver is going to help a lot to clear this. This was actually a great trade for Dreamer, but yeah, he's still not getting ahead. And he's going to have a big gateway army from those 8 gates, but the only place he can attack is a tiny choke.
Yeah, so how do you beat
point you
Terran
kind of-
in this position? Because Terran's on 3 base. I mean, he's comfortable.
Yeah, you
where he's
take
at.
5 bases. You start 4th base like 5 minutes ago when the Terran started. You see Terran start 3rd base. If you have a Reaver, you kill it. If you don't have a Reaver, you start a 4th base. If you don't start a 4th base, you better have carriers or arbiters in production, because that's how you kind of navigate this matchup. But if you're on even bases and you go like gateway man trying to bust, it can work. But it's difficult on the maps where there's a single entry point to all 3 bases like this one. You can never bust here. Is this like fighting spirit style where you want to make a big arc concave outside of the breach, outside of this one exit? And when Terran tries to move out it, when he's clumped, you can come in with a good arcs around and kind of wipe the army. But you need an economy behind like 4 or 5 bases. It is much more difficult if you're on even economy. Dreamer is taking a 4 base now, so maybe it will be fine, but he needs to get in a position to have this around on the Terran army. Oh, it's 2-1 and we have 7 factories, so it might be a very hard push to stop. Like the only thing that's good on this map is that the center is very open, so you can kind of surround this army well, but he's not in position and he doesn't have the army.
He doesn't have vision right now either. Are these a couple arbiters
Yeah,
coming down? Observers, okay. Well, he's about to lose both of them though. Don't lose both of them, man.
He has one arbiter, but no stasis yet, only one arbiter, and it's 2-1, it's like not a 1-0 army. Oh, this is a very rough spot, but you kind of absolutely have to have a group of goons right now cutting off reinforcements. Oh, he lost all his observers, I think, so... It's well, I mean, he has some below the army, to the right of the army. He doesn't have any with the army. I'm surprised the Terran is pulling back. This might give enough army for Dreamer if he doesn't get trapped. Like, if he sees the tanks and pulls back, it might give him enough army. Oh no, there's tank and vulture force clearing the natural. This triggers engage from Dreamer, but he's coming in a clump of goons. It's just gonna get cleaned. Yeah, I think you can play PvT on this map, but you kinda want to approach it like fighting spirit. Alright,
Just
I'm not
need
sure.
more expansions, as you said earlier.
Sorry?
You need more expansions, like you said earlier. It was
Yeah,
just
you
never
need to
on the same level.
take control on this of the center as well. So it's, I mean, fighting spirit or Andromeda, any map, I guess Colosseum, any map where you have easy to defend 3 bases and then a single exit. This is where you want to contain and eventually engage the Terran. If you let them get out for free, you're in trouble.
At what
Because-
minute mark should you have an arbiter with stasis? At least one.
I mean, later than 12 minutes is not great. I mean, it's different for the river openings because rivers kind of delay the attack for both players. So it's if you skip the river, you can have it at like 11:20. You want it by 12 minutes at least. Later than that is not ideal. Oh, and here's Colosseum. Yeah, and this map plays the same pretty much.
Okay, so someone actually picked all these other maps instead of Colosseum.
Yeah, I'm surprised we
Imagine.
saw the last one instead of Colosseum. But
Yeah.
this map plays really similarly. Almost only one entrance point, fairly easy to take third base and to defend. But after that you need to get out through a single passage that you can surround from multiple directions. This center is, however, much less open. It's harder to fit like entire Protoss army, make an arc, because of this terrain in the middle.
Yeah, you really need to split up in order to flank.
Yeah, but it's going to be, I think, 9 minor patches in the main, so...
So the guy who made this map, guys, STR1802, he also made a bunch of other maps, probably not as notable as Rose of Dream or Earth Attack. But if you've played on Benzene before, this is the guy who made it. Gladiator is another map he made. Polaris Rhapsody, that's how you pronounce it, he made that. Roadrunner, God's Garden, Tears of the Moon, Medusa, Katrina, Demon's Force. Some of those are probably less known maps that he's
Oh.
made.
Also some really popular maps, except for the last one. I've never heard of that.
Alright. Let's get into it.
This map, I think, it reminds me of the period in time when Flash was playing still like a really turtle style, and Protosses were trying to combat it with like not arbiters or carriers, but triple force stuff. And I think for me this map is memorable, like games where Flash would take the center, he would have like 50 tanks. 3-2 and a D-Matrix in the front, and he would lose like 3 units against the entire Protoss army. So
Yeah, doesn't sound like a good time to me.
it's like a Terran Max on this map is hard to flank because it's so big that it occupies that entire area where you want to kind of surround it. But it depends on the tank count, and if you have stasises, then it's really good because they are all clumped up. So Q won't splash.
Everyone knows you have to make carriers because that's a good talent to have on this map.
I wouldn't say that exactly. Actually, I would disagree that you have to go carriers on this map.
It was just a meme. I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah, I mean, carriers are a good talent to have. You just need to make the interceptor upgrade.
Yeah, I think it was Ira who said it on this map.
Was it on this map actually? That's I don't remember.
If I remember correctly, then yes.
That's a really early scout by TTF. I have no idea. Oh, he's expecting a 12 Nexus. Either that or proxy. I guess he went like through the middle, so probably proxy. Yeah, but Dreamer is just expanding.
Yeah, it was actually Ira against Draco.
Oh, okay. Right, so we were going to have the very fast scout for Terran, but the fast scout itself has delayed everything else a bit, and we are cross positions.
Yeah. He's finally doing what you wanted him to do. Oh, and a gas steal by the Terran. Oh, the tables have turned.
Yeah, I have no idea because it never happens to me. Because he could take the gas. He had the money and it was kind of time to take the gas in time. So, I mean, he just took the natural gas and it will be a little bit late, but overall he took the gas like 30 to 40 seconds later than he would want to. And yeah, I guess he's trying to defend with just one gate. I'm not a fan of it. Like, he scouted the Terran is going for a Marine and probably Vulture. Push probably will be with a sweeper or two, not guaranteed. Yeah, so he's getting a second gate now, but it's really late and there is no core. Yeah, so the Vulture will be there long before the Goon's out. That's for sure.
What I like is that he made a pylon outside his base on the high ground to see if TTF is trying to make a bunker.
Yeah, but this is... You want to make a core and then zealots. Or you cut probes and you make both, but if you delay your core against what is or Vulture opens, then you're in trouble. However, this is not going to be any sweeper. Protoss doesn't know it yet, but it's going to be just one Vulture and a command center and no more Marines. And this might be good for Dreamer. It depends on how much damage the Vulture does. You know, like, this zealot has to be dealt with.
Yep.
So it's an acceptable sacrifice compared to like 4 probes, for sure. And this zealot just might win enough time actually. Oh, and he's making a pylon wall.
Exactly, he's making a wall so that Vulture's gonna stay out.
I guess I would say the game is kinda even. Map control, and he will be contained by mines and his robo will be late. And I think he never... I don't like how he's cutting probes now. So the issue here is, I mean, some Terrans are crazy and we'll go for like a 2 factory all-in from this. Oh, the Vulture got in.
What was that?
But anyway, if you see the Vulture coming and there is no SCV train behind it, and like this is what solves it, you can be almost sure that they made a command center, and then you don't need to cut any more probes because he doesn't need these units to defend. Like,
Yeah,
he doesn't need 2 more
basically,
boosts.
he strolls away his advantage. Like, you go 12 next, you would have the economical advantage, but now he doesn't because he didn't make more probes.
Yeah, because I mean, you need to identify if they are rushing you or not. Like, that's your goal, and then reactively you can decide on how many probes to make. If he takes a short nexus behind this now, then he's fine. But now this is gonna get mined. He's sending a probe across, but I mean, at this point, if it was like a 2 factory push, it would already hit. So I guess he can confirm if there is a third CC immediately or not. Or he can just lose the probe resolution. Yep, it was found. Okay, I like the zero diffuser on the mines, so he can now take a third base without waiting for the robo that he just started. If he takes the third base immediately, I like it, but just look at the worker count. They were even. I guess Dreamer was ahead on workers by the time that CC of TTF finished, but he's 10 workers behind now. That's a very long probe cut.
Yeah, he was also behind when the CC finished. He cut probes
I
so early.
guess he was on the track to be ahead, but he cut early. Never mind.
Yeah.
Like he was like 2 probes behind when the CC started, but Nexus was finished. So yeah.
What are some situations where you have to cut your probes?
I guess like 3 workers per mineral patch is maximum saturation, but after 2 you start to drop efficiency quickly.
Also to hit timings, get some stuff out to defend. Anytime you need some money for other stuff. Yeah. Or if you're just bad and forget to make probes, you know. That's also a really standard thing.
You
Yeah.
can probably cut them like almost immediately. Like so the math works like this: the extra mineral line is worth like 5 workers by itself, so just the efficiency. So if you are on like, I don't know, 25 probes and 2 bases, you have enough economy to combat a fully saturated 1 base Terran. But if there are 2 factings and a CV cutting, then they may be on like 20 CVs or less, then you're fine with like 16 probes really. So you could almost cut them immediately. Alright, there is a dropship coming in, and it's wide open.
First retreated from dropping in the nitro because of the goons, but now there's nothing defending.
Yeah,
Luckily there are a few goons in the main base. It's 1 world, but he loses so many probes.
At this point it's almost unrecoverable. It's just the nature of the matchup. There is not much of a comeback mechanic except like, I don't know, river drop. And for the rest, for the carriers, for the arbiters, you need an economy to make it work. Like you need an economy to get to the carriers and survive that. You need an army behind arbiters to have a use out of them.
Yeah. Basically Terran is just needs to make factories now, get an army and A move.
I don't like how he cut SCVs immediately. I would prefer him to make 20 more SCVs and just always 8 factories later. It's not like the Protoss can come back from that. This 6 fact is most likely going to end the game, but if it doesn't, it will be even. But if you saturate your 3 bases that you have and make a move from that, there's like almost no way you can lose at all. Even if like Protoss double expanded right now, he would not catch up in the eco.
Well, these tanks are actually focusing goons at first. So he got like 1 probe out of that. That was definitely not worth it. That's one way to throw your advantage away.
Not really. He's just keeping Dreamer busy. Like Dreamer still doesn't have a third base.
I think TTF's really good at terrorizing you with drops or just like making you paranoid about the drops, and then he charges with his units and you're like out of position, or you spent money on cannons. Sure. So it's a really good combination of just drops.
It reminds me a lot from what is the most similar Terran, I would say. The foreign scene will be Madinia. It's exactly the same playstyle. like some solid pushes mixed in with a dropship harass that's covering army movement or expansion taking or hidden expansions. So it's like exactly the same turn book playstyle. Yeah. Well, maybe if it's like a timing, early game timing that he's going for, but they're mixing it in to make the rest of the stuff work. Yeah.
Right,
And
so
everything else is not planned.
so TTF moved out to snipe the third base, and when he arrived, he saw there is actually no third base to snipe, and he turned around.
That's kind of why I didn't like that SCV cut. So if you are going to harass, you probably just want to keep making SCVs until the point you're saturated. Like you didn't need these factories. Yeah. This might be like that game where the Flash first lost 2 units. By the time the TTF actually pushes, it might be completely unstoppable.
Uh,
I don't like
I
the
mean-
fourth base. Like you're trying to win too hard at that point if you're taking a fourth here.
trying to win too hard.
No, I mean, at some point you should just go and kill them. You don't need to be a base ahead of the Protoss as a turn.
I think the
Fine,
problem
I
is that
think
TTF doesn't know exactly what Dreamer has right now. That's why he also tried to take the third and then saw that there's nothing there.
Well,
And
it's
to
12
the same
minutes.
degree, he doesn't know how many units Dreamer has. So he's unsure what to do and just wants to take his advantage and increase the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not wrong. Not gonna lose in the games this time. It's just this is a bit vulnerable to like mass expand attempts. If Protoss got away with it, by now it's too late. But that's you can throw advantage by being too passive when you had a lead.
True. If you just are actually really just passive and letting the other player expand like crazy and do whatever he wants, then yeah. But I think
Yeah, he
TTF
keeps
is not gonna
map
sit back
control.
for too long.
Yeah, he's moving now, of course. It's just. I mean, what I meant was more like he cut SCVs for factories and didn't push with them, so that was my main critique.
Yeah.
It's still not stoppable by any means because it's 13 minutes and we haven't mined a single mineral from the third base. The harass just been on point all series and completely pulling apart our Protoss player.
I mean, at least Dreamer has an arbiter. That's gonna change everything, right?
If you believe
45
our doctors,
supply.
yes. Yeah, sure. Just got to like how many tanks are there? There are 12 tanks, so if he like catches 9 of them in one stasis, he can probably survive until he gets another stasis.
Yeah, exactly. Until the status wears off. But he keeps TTF away. What?
A troll build on Lost Temple years ago where you just go mass arbiters and stasis, and it would
Yeah,
just drive
walkers,
people
right.
crazy. You had to be
No,
pretty
actually-
good, like better than your opponent to pull it off. But
Yeah.
it was,
I don't really go for mass stasis because I get EMP and that's it. Instead I just try to like max out by 11-20, try to kill you with an arbiter. So if that doesn't work, well, too bad.
Have you seen the video of Bisu going like all tabbing to Afrika to watch female streamers while
Yes.
while actually maxing at 11:30 and just killing the Terran?
Yeah.
Just insane.
He even opened 2 gauge goon in that game and just like, attacked across map. Like
Yeah.
I mean, it's what Bisu does. Like the goons against mines early game.
Beautiful EMP and immediate
No
GG.
GG.
Oh, there was a recall. Recall
Oh.
at the top right, nature. That's just a lot of
So it
W.
was. And the EMP, yes.
sorry guys, I missed the recall. Everything died
Me
though. It
too.
looks like. How many goons were
Can-
there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Can
7,
rewind
8.
the replay.
And so. Oh, that hurt.
There you have it.
Wow, that's the final game. GG. That leaves us at 6-3 in TTF's favor.
Big shout out to Dreamer for playing in this. Big shout out to Dreamer for organizing the BWG's Weekly, helping out with Russian Cyber Games. Thank you, TTF. And the biggest thank you, of course, to The Leo for organizing these lovely show matches and sponsoring this one in particular. And there's more planned for the future. I heard the next one might be Liquid Drone versus Madino. So that should be cool.
That's gonna be fun.
And other ones planned. Yeah, thanks guys for joining me. CRVT, LML.
Yeah, gladly. Thanks for having me.
What do your names even mean, guys? 'Cause they're just letters. Always been curious.
Yeah,
That's
actually
letters.
random letters.
Both of you? That's funny.
Yes, I guess yes. For me,
Yeah.
it just wasn't taken. It's never taken. It's awesome.
And then you were like,
Well-
okay, I'm stuck with this. Everyone's just gonna call me CRVT. And you didn't think
it's-
you'd end
it's
up in
fine.
voice chats where people have to call you by those random letters.
I mean, it's not that hard to name. I think.
No, it's great.
You don't know my previous name. It had only vowels, and it had 5 of them. That would be much more difficult to pronounce.
Yeah, I mean, some of the names aren't even meant to be read out loud, right?
Yeah, people just called me vowels when I use that name.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Well, I've taken up a lot of your time. Did you guys have shout outs or anything you wanted to say on stream?
Not really. Shout out to you folks for organizing all these show matches. It's been awesome. It's been a pleasure to cast with you. It's always been a pleasure to watch this series. So just big thanks to you. Keep up the good work.
You're a good guy, CRVT. And a great caster. LML, what about you?
Same. Big thanks to you, Ox, organizing all of this. And everyone else who's organizing anything in the foreign scene.
Yeah,
Thanks
like-
for keeping StarCraft alive for us.
You, right? You help out with BSL and other events.
Yeah, big shout out to me, man.
There you go. Okay, guys, I'll let you go. I know it's late there. Thanks very much for joining.
Thanks a lot. See ya, everyone.
See you, man. Bye bye.
If anybody's still listening to this, we got an event tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, Saturday, June 26th. It's a tournament on a new map called Sanctuary. It's part of the New Map World Contest. I just messed up the name of it. It's called the New Worlds Map Contest. I'm sorry. Bunch of map makers submitted maps. 4 were publicly voted for, and each one is being featured in a separate tournament. Tune in tomorrow, starting at 1900 Central European Time. It should be 7 or 8 hours long. DeWalt's in there, Dandy, Oya, Hawk, Vadi, Tech, Ultra. I think I'm missing one person. Siki. It'll be all best of 5s with a final best of 7. Should be really fun. And on Tuesday, June 29th, it's kind of late for European viewers, unfortunately, but we'll have Dandy versus Yapsap, 7 games, and then we'll have DeVault versus Ample, 7 games. It'll be a live event, 10 p.m. Eastern, which is kind of late in Europe, my apologies, and it'll be on our Africa TV new account. Big shout out to Africa TV for sponsoring us now, and we'll be doing show matches on there. Alright, that's it for me. Enjoy the rest of your day or nights, folks.